Morning. Hi, Cora.
Ito.
Hi.
Morning.
George.
Morning.
Morning. Hi, Cora.
Hello.
Okay, we are now live streaming on YouTube. So give your best smiles.
Teresa's here.
Hi,
Hi,
everyone.
Teresa. Good morning.
Lover's wife. Hi, everyone. Hi, Rhoda. Mga kilala ko dito.
Good morning.
Hi, Teresa.
Hi.
Hi, Auntie Lynn.
Dilete.
The lady is there.
Hi, I would just like
Hi,
can
Xiao
you guys
Hi, hi.
Oh, hi, Sis Joy.
Hello.
May we allow our prayer leaders
Angie.
to test their microphones?
hello.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, Joy.
Hi.
Hi, JM. Can you hear?
Yes, that's good. That's
Thanks.
Rhoda, no? Is that true? Cora, may I hear you, please?
Good morning, JM.
It's a bit soft. You may want to come closer. Mai, would you like to test your microphone?
Hello, everyone. Morning.
Okay. Mai, your head is cropped. You might want to come nearer.
Done.
Okay, thanks. Amy has tested. Cora.
Hello, JM. Okay na sound ko?
Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ulit akong gitawag si Rubites. Dili mo tubag si Juan. Rubites.
Kinsa man na?
The daughter of Robin ba? She's working in the Perpetual Help office.
Ako kaila. But I was surprised because I joined the meeting last night and it was not announced at all. Your talk today. I think they forgot.
I sent on your messenger group again.
Yeah, but the Cebu meditation group, like nobody knew about it except Abe Lucero.
Yes. It's only Abe that is my connection with Cebu and Sister.
I think there were 19 who joined last night, but no mention about today's.
Oh, that's sad. But I hope you invited them.
I did because I was just observing them. I was not a regular member, and after they closed, I said, "Hey, I was waiting for them to mention today's session, but no mention was made about it."
It's okay. Maybe we will try again next time. Maybe it was not meant to be.
Are you videotaping this?
Yes, we're on YouTube. We're on YouTube live right now. So
no, but you're taping it.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So 8 o'clock. Let's just give participants one more minute, and I will invite the bell. I'm missing. Rhoda, could you kindly help me connect with Mayette? Me?
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks. While waiting for
Hi, Mitos.
Hi, Gilbert. How are you?
to invite,
Ah,
I'd like to take the opportunity to invite everyone to the Holy Week Triduum, which is April 1, 2, and 3. It's a Triduum of contemplative days, and we will have the inspirational talks that will offer you choices in terms of who you would like to model yourself with during the Passion of Christ. So please stand by for the invite. It should be posted in the WCCM Philippines Facebook group. If you're not yet a part of the group, kindly ask to be. Will make like IE, Maquete, just say so that it's easier for us to let you in ASAP. We're also guarding against spammers. We've had a number of spammers sending advertising that are not exactly in compatible with what we want to project or achieve for the community. Okay, so if you wish to be a part of the WCCM Philippines YouTube, rather Facebook group, just just indicate if you're a member of Messenger or Facebook. You just go into that page and we will admit you. Thank you. All right. Do we have Mayet already
Yeah, she's
signing in? So let's begin. Mayet is signing in. Just to remind everyone, we are now live on YouTube. It's live streaming on YouTube. And may I invite everybody to mute your microphones. Thank you for coming and supporting us with your presence in this contemplative day in stillness, silence, simplicity. Every month, every first Saturdays, we try to host this micro mini recollection of 2 hours where we will all enjoy meditation, reflections on Bible readings or passages from the Bible, deeply listen to an inspirational talk of a practitioner, and conversing with the inspirational speaker, or simply sharing our own reflection with the talk that was given.
Lynn,
Importantly, importantly, we meditate. So the only courtesy that we require of everybody is that you mute your microphones if you are not speaking or having a spoken role. Okay, thank you. Our Shantus is with us, and for those who have never had the opportunity to meditate, Our practice, as taught by Father John Main, is very simple. And if you do recall from the Bible, there is this invitation by God for us to do meditate. And he also gives us the motivation for doing this. And this can be found in Psalm 46, verse 10. Be still and know that I am God. Sa ating lingwahe, magsitigil kayo. Kilalanin niyo ako ang Diyos. So there you have it. Ano ang dahilan? What is our motivation for meditating? To know God. To know God by coming into His presence. And how to do it? According to Psalm 46, verse 10, be still. Itigil ang daloy ng mga isipan. Itigil ang daloy ng mga emosyon. At higit sa lahat, itigil ang katawan. In English, the only rule for the body is a straight spine, an upright body, if you are seated. And additionally, you may want to make sure your feet are flat on the floor if you're seated on a chair, hands on your laps, eyes gently closed. That's it. And for the feelings, we do mindful breaths or breathing, which I will guide you with later. And for the thoughts, we focus on only one prayer word. And the prayer word Father John recommends is Maranatha. And we pray this repeatedly from start to end of the meditation session and listen to it. So now we have a lot of people on. Let's now start. Mayette, would you like to do us the grace? I'll invite the bell first.
Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord. Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord. Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord. Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord.
Psalm 91. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. Because He loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue Him. I will protect Him, for He acknowledges my name. He will call on me and I will answer Him. I will be with Him in trouble. I will deliver Him and honor Him.
A reading from the first letter of John, chapter 4, verses 15 to 18. If anyone acknowledges that Jesus is the Son of God, God lives in them, and they in God. And if we know and rely on the love God has for us, God is love. Whoever lives in God, whoever lives in love, lives in God, and God in them. This is how love is made complete among us, so that we will have the confidence on the day of judgment. In this world, we are like Jesus. There is no fear in love, but perfect love drives out fear, because fear has to do with punishment. The one who fears is not made perfect in love.
Makalangit na Ama, pakibuksan mo po ang aming mga puso sa isang katahimikan kasama ang espiritu ng inyong anak. Pangunahan mo po kami sa di malirit na katahimikan kung saan ang inyong pagmamahal ay ipinahahayag sa mga tumatawag na halina.
Take a couple of seconds to sit upright. Sit comfortably. Remember, the only requirement is a straight back. But if this is difficult for you, the straightest that you can go. Gently close your eyes. Refrain from extra movements. Now bring your awareness to your own personal intentions and send your well wishes to everybody that you would like to receive them. And as a community, may I request that we pray for the safety, health, and well-being of entire mankind. Now bring your awareness to your breathing. In, out. Breathing in, you are aware that you are breathing in. Breathing out, you are aware of that of your breath as it comes out of you. Now you follow your in breath and your out breath, following your inhalation all the way into your chest, into your stomach, and collapsing following your exhalation as it rushes out through your body, through your neck, through your nostrils. Inhaling, exhaling. Following your in breath and following your out breath helps you to become calmer, more at ease, because your mind and body becomes one. In, out, deep, slow, calm, ease. Now you can smile and release all aches and pains, all worries, all anxiety, even regrets of the past. Just stay at the present moment. It's a wonderful moment. In, out, deep, slow, calm, smile, release, present moment, wonderful moment. At the end of the sound of the third bell, begin to pray Ma Ra Na Tha repeatedly from start to end of this session, and listen to it. Ma Ra Na Tha.
Hello.
Now we would listen to our inspirational speaker who has been gifted in so many ways, and his own personality as it is when he speaks is full of what a faithful meditation practitioner would be like. Gilbert is a civil engineer, or rather a mechanical engineer, who thought that he could, or rather who also took on a doctoral degree in finance at Wharton at that, and then found himself coming home to practice and share the meditation as taught by Father John Main under the tutelage of a priest, a Redemptorist priest in Dumaguete, Father Jerry Pierce, who was not just his mentor, but a close personal friend that helped Gilbert open his heart and free himself from all of his anger, resentment, aches and pains from losing a sister, and ultimately to help others cultivate the practice. And after some time, Gilbert found himself helping farmers out of the generosity of his heart to become organic farmers under the tutelage or guidance of Nicky Perlas, known for his active involvement in politicalizing people, especially, especially the marginalized. And of late, Gilbert realized that he is also gifted to heal not only the spirit, but also the body as a proponent of natural healing. Let's listen to Gilbert as he inspires us how to accept the gifts of the spirit. Gilbert?
Thank you very much, JM, and good morning, everyone. If you ever find my talk this morning to be boring, please do not blame me. Blame my press manager, Miss J.M. Riboino. She has a contemplative way of twisting people's arms in silence, in stillness, and in a simple way that it's impossible for you to say no. But she has also a way with words, and which make it sound like I'm an expert in meditation, which of course I am not. I simply hope you do not take her advertisement seriously. No, when JM and I were discussing the possible topics that she wanted me to share this morning, I suggested the theme of accepting the fruits of meditation. JM was very ingenious to quote Father John Main on fullness of life and realizing our potentials. Indeed, I would say we cannot not release our creative energies when we are growing in our practice of meditation. I chose the topic of accepting the gifts of meditation, which is different from the gifts of the Spirit, right? Because, I am so grateful for the gift of life. It is not difficult to express it, especially one has experienced the extreme generosity of a loving God. I thought I should share that this morning, that generosity which has accompanied me in the journey of meditation. In the advertisement that JM prepared, she mentioned about my involvement in natural healing. So allow me to use my story to illustrate on how God had provided meditation as an indispensable preparation for my involvement in natural medicine. I remember two friends invited me to join the Friday meditation group. In fact, Letty is here. She was one of them. We were the second experimental group. The members of the first group, which was formed a year before, were all women. So despite the heavy campaigning of Father Jerry Pierce for more men in the new group, only 4 of us showed up. The rest were women, and many of whom confessed later that the real reason they joined was that the spiritual director was very guapo. So, well, just as it was at the foot of the cross, women always outnumber men 3 to 1. The year was 1989. I joined out of curiosity partly, but mainly hoping to find answers to the events that were happening to my life. I had just come home from getting my MA in finance from Wharton, but I was angry and dissatisfied. I could not understand why God would want to devastate my chances of achieving my dreams of obtaining a PhD from the prestigious institution by announcing that my only sister, who had always been so supportive of me, would have to undergo surgery for breast cancer. I asked, would God have been more considerate by delaying the news 3 days when my exams were over? What did Katie do to deserve such a fate at 34 years old? I had thousands of questions on my mind. Our weekly meditation sessions were about 1.5 hours long. So the first 30 minutes were devoted to reading the gospel of the past Sunday and sharing our insights and reflections related to the gospel. And then the next 30 minutes was like what we experience now, were spent in silence and stillness. This was the meditation proper. And then the last 30 minutes were free-wheeling discussions, mostly related to our experiences in the meditation itself. But it was also open to all sorts of questions. You can ask and discuss any topic uh, you like. These weekly meetings were something I looked forward to. Father Jerry had the natural talent of an Irish storyteller, yet he was endowed with a special gift to connect almost anything in the Bible to meditation. It was the stories that I found interesting, but I felt the silence and the stillness in meditation. was not for me. So many occasions I wanted to quit, but I was challenged by Father Jerry to stay on. Then I slowly began to do the 30-minute practice at home until it became a part of my daily routine. As perhaps with the personal experience of some of you here, the journey is never easy. In my case, it took more than 3 years. My decision to commit myself to meditation was inspired when in 1992, a few of us went with Father Jerry to participate in the first Asian conference on contemplative Christianity. Thanks to the vision of Father Lawrence and the efforts of the Manila Meditation Group, and I'm sure Mitos, who is with us, has been very much instrumental to the workhorse in assembling that group. The conference brought in many of the respected scholars and theologians in contemplative Christianity and opened myself to a whole new world called mystical theology. I felt so humbled because I thought meditation is just meditation. So what is there to attend in a 4-day seminar, in a 4-day conference? I felt so humbled about how much there was out there. I slowly understood the inseparability of meditation and mysticism and realized from the talks and the sharings of the participants that meditation is indeed an essential path towards a deeper relationship with God. I like to use Father Lawrence's analogy when he uses the old record player, where we put in the arm of the player with the needle touching a point in the periphery of the moving record. Each of the infinite points in the circumference is a personal reason or a combination of reasons for joining. As the record turns, the cleaning brush attached to the player arm makes the record cleaner and cleaner. In the same way, our faithfulness to stay on the journey refines and redefines our purpose. Eventually, we are all led to the center, the same center, which is God. Looking back, I believe that the journey begins with a calling from God. Our reasons for joining at that time are usually for more and perhaps selfish reasons. But without our knowledge, I think it begins with a calling from God. And I also believe that when it is a real call, He will provide a teacher. A good teacher never attempts to tempt a student to stay on by promising quick gratifications or by making shortcuts. I feel it is at this stage that the need for a good teacher is crucial. I remember Father Jerry encouraging us at the end of every session to have the faithfulness to persevere without making any guarantees. He reminded us that in meditation, we learn to wait. We do not call the Holy Spirit to come to us at our convenience. Instead, we open our hearts always so the Holy Spirit can come in His own time. Perhaps this is why Father John May describes meditation as an act of faith. I began to notice that in the sessions, Father Jerry was not only encouraging us to be faithful to the practice, but he was actually introducing a new set of values, most of which were challenging conventional wisdom. Foremost of which was the attitude of accepting God's will versus our own desires. He used to joke about, "My kingdom come, my will be done," instead of "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done." That God is within us as much as He is outside us was a concept that he wanted to impress upon the members. Despite the requests of many, he did not allow the Holy Eucharist to be placed in the prayer room because it would distract the prayer, the person, and de-emphasize on the theology that the body is a temple of the Holy Spirit. Instead, he had the outline of a dove framed right in the center wall of our prayer room called the Balay sa Kahilom, which in Bisaya means the house of silence. As the years went on, the members grew in our own little way. I became more conscious of the reality that my dreams and desires should be subordinate to God's will. It was important not to presume that my plans are always aligned with His will. Consequently, my petitionary prayers became less and less. Even on those that I had to, perhaps out of fear, the details of the request to God became less specific. I had slowly learned to trust that God knows what I need even before I ask Him. I gradually let God surprise me more with His creativity rather than dictate on Him. And in facing problems and in times of crisis, I found myself more asking for wisdom and strength and less about ordering God to eradicate them. I was very happy to know that many of the members of the meditation group shared the same sentiments. After Father Jerry left us in 1999, I often look back to those days and continue to be astonished by such rare generosity. Perhaps because I started as having a low capacity for attention, as my psychiatry sister Katie often teases me about being an ADHD. This enhanced ability to pay attention became quite apparent. To me, it would be one of the most important fruits of meditation. I could listen to others attentively with less compulsion to interject. In my activities in family, in business, in Rotary and others, and because of this gift, I found myself doing a lot more and even had time to do things I had never dreamt of. Father Lawrence likes very much to quote Simone Weil on this. You can teach him or her almost anything. alternative doctor, a practitioner of natural knows that there are natural cures for cancer, strokes, high blood pressure, and many other diseases. His proposition was that God gave us a body that has the capacity to heal itself, provided we give it the right amount of water, nutrition, and rest. Yet emphasizing that, he also said that all healing, all, as in all healing, is done by the Holy Spirit. I had listened to so many stories about natural medicine, which later turned out to be disappointing. I felt this was different. Since there was no longer a sense of urgency to learn about cancer healing, because Kathy succumbed to cancer in 1999, I tried to learn only the more basic items on water, salt, vitamins, minerals. One day, 4 years later, in October 2012, I was informed that my brother Jeffrey was diagnosed with cancer of the colon. I immediately flew to Manila to convince him to see this doctor. Although he decided to consult, he later backtracked and eventually opted for surgery and chemo. I was very disappointed because I knew his chances of survival was slim. I have seen my sisters and my relatives undergo their suffering and eventually led to their death. My aunt Lourdes continued to encourage me not to be discouraged. I was much surprised to see a non-meditator reminding a meditator to allow God's creativity to come freely. She said to continue praying in preparation for accepting the next stage of God's will. Despite the disappointments, I was convinced that the methods of natural medicine would work. I did a bit of research and then managed to convince my fellow members of the Board of Trustees at St. Paul University, Dumaguete, to invite Dr. Jaime D. Diliaco to give a talk to the College of Nursing and to those who were interested. He accepted, he came, but more than that, conducted free clinic here. Because the response was overwhelmingly positive, we decided to invite him back. It was during his second trip, while doing his diagnosis at 10:30 in the evening, that I received a shocking news that Jeffrey just suffered a massive stroke right during the chemo process itself, and that he is now in a state of coma. Among the alternative practitioners and some in conventional medicine community, Dr. Jaime Diliaco has a reputation to have reversed strokes, dozens of strokes cases successfully. Yet that night was different because the patient was a few hundred kilometers away in Manila, in a Manila hospital. We were here in Dumaguete. Because of professional ethics, Dr. Diliaco would not speak directly with the doctors, and I found myself becoming the intermediary between the proponent of an alternative technique and the conventional doctor attending the patient. After a few hours of negotiation, she allowed the use of our method. Jeffrey recovered instantly from the coma, and eventually he made a decision not to pursue chemo the remaining 4 or 5 sessions. A month later, I found myself accompanying him to Dr. Diliaco's clinic to start the alternative protocol of curing his cancer, and suddenly became an assistant healthcare provider. 13 months later, Jeffrey was pronounced free of cancer by both the alternative doctor and by the hospital itself. Instead of simply becoming a proponent of natural medicine, I decided to seriously go into it. That year that I was with Dr. Viliaco, I saw the pain, the anguish, people getting sick. And getting sick is hard enough, and getting sick when you are poor is even more difficult. So I decided to seriously study medicine informally and drown myself with medical books in anatomy, physiology, history. I bothered many doctor friends and bombarded them with questions. I spent many nights in the emergency room of hospitals, observing every time an ambulance comes here, asking questions and learning everything I could. I was a familiar face to many of the ambulance drivers and pedicab drivers. Every time Dr. Diliaco came for his 2-week visit, I was present in almost every case that he handled, together with the clinical instructors at the College of Nursing. We invited Dr. Diliaco back regularly to continue our sessions of natural healing. In the course of 5 years, he made 25 visits to generously share his researches and experiences without charging a single centavo. I begin to understand now why God allowed me to go through the rigors of graduate studies, reading journals in finance and economics to prepare me and perhaps to sharpen the analytical skills needed in diagnosis. Nothing in life is wasted. I feel humbled realizing that God has now endowed me with a greater capacity for attention and memory so that I would have the patience to listen to what the doctors have to teach and the humility to listen to what the patients have to say. I realize that when we allow the Holy Spirit to blow us where He wills, we will not go wrong. And I remember that many years ago, I had prayed so hard to ask God to lead me to find a cure for my sister's cancer. And the answer would come many years later to save a brother. Today, I spend half of my time helping patients purely on the faith that the Holy Spirit will do the healing and that God gave us a body with a capacity to heal itself. I do this as a service to thank God for all the gifts I have been given, including the pains in life that I had refused to accept and those that I have been reluctant to receive. The simplicity characterized in meditation is the same simplicity emphasized in natural healing. It is hard for a meditator not to be drawn towards being a naturalist if you are not already one. Both rely on the power of God, and ours is simply to try. Father Jerry on this likes to quote T.S. Eliot and always says that for us there is only the trying, the rest is not our business. And yet, because of this simplicity, Many refuse to accept natural healing or meditation. I cannot help but recall Jesus' words, "Thank you, Father, for hiding these things from the wise and the learned." I look back to the time I first went into meditation and wondered what future then was in store for me. In times of joy and in times of pain, in times of crisis and prosperity, I've always used and remembered the words of one of the speakers at the Asian conference. She was an Indian Catholic nun who headed an ashram, a convert actually, Sister Vandana Mataji, who emphatically stated that there are three things that are certain. One, God does not make mistakes. God loves us no matter what, and God gives us only the best, not even second best. I still recall the way Father Jerry sharing his own experience with us, that the best things that sometimes happen to us are not answered, because what he gives us instead are much better than we have ever hoped for. Excuse me. When we meditate, each session is a gift and a fulfillment in itself. Meditation helps us to experience our encounters in a more profound manner. We learn to feel the joy of others and empathize in their pains. Yet, its meditation is more than that. It is a preparation for the next. It is a gift and a preparation to accept another layer of gift. Its meditation is a gift which is part of a greater gift. And its meditation is a gift to guide us in our response to the gifts that we have received. Lawrence Freeman could not have put it better when he said that everything in life is a gift, but how we choose to respond to a gift is in another gift. And with that, I end my talk, and I thank you all for your time and your patience in allowing me to express my thoughts and my feelings about meditation. And good morning to all of you.
Thank you, Gilbert. See, I'm right. You do inspire us. If you can check the chat messages, there's already an acknowledgement that your talk is so inspiring. And for me, because my weakness is patience, when you talk about just being patient, just wait on God, wait for the Spirit to act and guide me. Okay, I think I'll keep trying on that, Gilbert. And the other thing about it's a concept of building block that each step, each phase, or each practice of meditation is actually building us to be ready for the second stage and so on. And that's what it tells me is I have to practice really with all of my heart, with all of my being to just be in God's presence. Thank you. And now I would like to invite all of our participants to share with you their own individual reflections or ask you if they do have some points for clarification. So the floor is open. Just please remember to unmute your microphones. And once you have done your sharing or your inquiry, kindly mute your microphones back. So anytime, anyone, please begin.
Gilbert, thank you so much for your inspiring story. You have touched a lot of people today. I would like to share with you that when we were in Hong Kong for a conference of the WCCM, I fell and hit my knee on the pavement. And Gilbert came and looked at it, and he said, "You'll be okay." And he put medicine on it. It's a natural medicine. And I felt good and confident that I would be okay. We did not have to go to the emergency room of the hospital. Thank you, Gilbert. I'll remember that very well.
Thank you, Mitos.
Gilbert also came to visit my husband, who was bedridden in the last years, and he also came to look at and visit my husband. Again, thank you, Gilbert.
Yes, Joy, go
Okay.
ahead.
Hi.
Pula.
Good morning to all. Sir Gilbert, thank you so much for everything. Your talk is so profound and full of wisdom, full of love. And thank you for being a vessel of God's blessings to many, including to us today. Now, may I ask if you have a branch here in Manila about your practice or a tie-up? I believe, are you based in Dumaguete or in Manila?
My teacher, si Dr. Deliaco, is in Manila. He's living in La Vista subdivision.
La Vista.
And but he comes here, but after the COVID, wala na, no? He used to come here and visit us. So I have not met Dr. Deliaco for a year. We just talk in the phone. But you might want to, I'll give you the phone number. He might see patients. I don't know. He's already 90, right? But still very sharp. Still very, very
90.
sharp. Yeah.
Does he have like what do you call this? People that he had trained to continue his mission, considering his age at 90 here in Manila?
I think there are 3 or 4 who are interested, right? So interested to follow his footsteps in Manila, and I think there are 2 who are conventional doctors who also practice on this. And there's another sister. I think she is in San Juan de Dios, something. But maybe I don't know so much about their activities in Manila. But
where could I
I'll
possibly
talk to
keep
you.
in touch, because my husband has cancer? Colon.
Okay. Yeah. Sige, so that is I'll talk to you later about this.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Call me, huh? Call me. Yeah.
May I have your number, sir?
Yeah.
Later. Message. Oh, can I have it?
Joy, I will provide the
Okay.
phone
Thank you.
number.
Thank you. Thank you. Christian. Thank you, Sir Gilbert.
Good morning, Sir Gilbert. I am Auntie Hernandez. I was very, very much inspired by your sharing this morning, and especially that I was planning to see a cancer breast specialist because for many years, my left breast has always been hurting. But every time I meet up with the doctors, they say there's nothing. But a few months ago, the pain has been consistent. So I told my husband, oh no, I think I have to go see a doctor this time. I mean, I have to take the doctor's diagnosis more seriously because I wouldn't pay attention and sometimes not even go back to the results of my tests. Anyway, this morning was a blessing indeed because now I know that there is an alternative that I can go through, and La Vista is not very far away from our home, but I will coordinate with JM on how I may get to know or maybe set an appointment with Dr. Diliaco, and hopefully, this troublesome breast of mine will be improved. Once again, I thank the good Lord for the blessing of your message. Thank you.
I take this opportunity to inform everyone if you're interested. Since two people mentioned cancer, there are 7 kinds of tests that are non-invasive for cancer. And one of them is invented by a Filipino doctor, and be proud to be Filipino. A former professor of physiology at the USD School of Medicine, Dr. Manuel Navarro, developed a method of detecting cancer just simply from the urine. Right? And Dr. Navarro died, and his son, Dr. Efren Navarro, took over. The idea is to just send your urine there, and a minimal fee of about 600 or some to send it to his house in Santa Mesa. And the next day, they will give you a test whether you have cancer or not, right? The urine test relies on a principle that the cancer cells produce HCG, human gonadotropic hormone, right? There are only 2 who could produce that, a pregnant woman and a cancer patient. So when you send the urine, then the Dr. Navarro can examine it. Next day, he will email you whether your number is above 50 or not. If it's below 50, you're not cancerous, you're cancer free.
Thank you for that, Dr. Gilbert. Is there a particular time of the day when we should take the urine?
Yeah, there are some instructions there. Now, if you're in the provinces where you can send your urine, I normally ask you to put the urine 2 hours, put it in the refrigerator, and then crystallize like the tin, tin, and filter it, and then dry it, and send those crystals to the laboratory and examine it. But if you're in Manila, urine would be faster. So there are urgent instructions. It's actually very simple. So the only limitation with tests is that it will not let you worry it, but it will tell you if you have cancer or not. Okay? But a lot of times the test goes ahead of the doctor's diagnosis.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gilbert, but you were coming in choppy. I could not understand.
Okay, there's a test called and you can send your urine for or you can send the crystals generated with
Gilbert, I'm sorry you got muted. Thank you.
in the bottom test, non-invasive test for cancer. Um, the Filipino convention, but unfortunately, it is patronized more by foreigners than by Filipino doctors. So the idea is to send a
Sis
urine sample.
JM, excuse me, Tita Tonette might have some electric fan that might be interfering in the sound. So
Okay.
if she can mute herself or turn off the fan, it might interfere
Thank
in
you.
the, thank you,
Yes.
Tita
Thank you.
Tonette.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's how it works, right? You can send the urine or you can send the crystals from the urine. And the preparation of the crystals is simple by adding uh, alcohol and acetone to it. And in 2 hours, you put it in the fridge, it crystallizes. They use a coffee filter paper to filter it out, and then you can throw the urine and the crystals. Once it dries up, you send it to Manila through JRS, and then the next day, Dr. Efren Navarro will email you on the number. Right? Very accurate. Right? The only limitation with the test is that it won't tell you where it is, but the confirmation that you have cancer cells. And there are only two who could generate that kind of cell, a pregnant woman or a cancer patient.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert.
Sir Gilbert, what do you call that again? 8CG?
Yeah, HCG, but it's commonly known in the alternative circle as the Navarro test, right?
The Navarro test. We'll also
Navarro.
get the contact of Dr. Navarro from CISJM. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Dr. Gilbert, good morning. I'm happy to note that being a practitioner of natural medicine or naturopathy has, aside from doing the other aspects of fullness of life, especially meditation, has led your brother to be of better health than when going under chemotherapy. May I ask if you have used some form of non-invasive diagnostic machines which some naturopathy practitioners are using, like the one being used, which they call the non-linear scanning machine, which is similar to an MRI and CT scan machine in the conventional medicine?
Marisa, the method that I learned from Dr. Deliaco is just to touch the patient and then connect with the brain of the patient and ask whether the conditions of the body. The term he used is muscle testing, but in Europe, when we attended the John Main seminar there, I met a few people who were practicing this, but they call it kinesiology. So the meditation helped a lot here because our training in silence allows us to communicate with the patient. And that's why I were able to do a lot of successful diagnosis by touching the patient. Dr. Deliaco is even more deadly in this because he's can touch the handwriting of a patient, and from there he can do the diagnosis.
Thank you very much. That was a new information for me. I believe it's also a form of the one thing they say, quantum energy. Is that it? Because I'm also very interested in naturopathy, and I'm also reading about quantum energy.
Yeah, they're all related and maybe different names.
Very good. More power to you, and I hope to learn some more of your practice in natural medicine with integrated with some forms of different modalities, especially our Christian meditation practice. More power to you. I'll put you in my prayers and the whole of community, so that the community may be usually switched to our way of living fullness of life, not dependent on the big pharma. Thank you. More power.
May I? Okay. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Engineer Dr. Gilbert, for being a source of wisdom and inspiration, especially for cancer patients, families, caregivers. Indeed, you are possessed by the Holy Spirit. I'm just so sorry that I hadn't met you before. You know, my eldest brother and my husband, they passed on to cancer, fourth stage of cancer. But we're happy they're now in heaven. Well, one query. Is Dr. Diliaco, would you know if he is also an ophthalm or EENT? Because I used to have an EENT from San Juan, San Juan de Dios. Is that the hospital? Yes.
That's Juanito, no? Juanito. I think that's the nephew of Dr. Jaime Diliaco.
I see. Are they from Bicol? Because
Yeah,
my
they're all from Bicol. The family.
yes, because my former doctor several years ago, over 20 years ago, was a Diliaco. But Dr. Jaime Diliaco.
Yeah, that's the one. Jaime Diliaco is my teacher. He's the one that
Yes, from Naga, and he's a distant relative. The Lola is an imperial, you know. So, my gosh, because my sister, my eldest sister, is a stroke victim 9 years ago. So, so half of her body is paralyzed. So most probably,
up to now she's stroke paralysis.
yes,
Okay.
yes. So stroke paralysis, but she can walk for short lengths with a cane.
Bring her to Dr. Diliaco.
And I have asthma, you know. Uh, and I've elevated sugar and what's this, bad cholesterol. But you know, I don't know if you're also, you know, Dr. Ray Deloria. Do you know him? He's also a practitioner of natural medicine.
I've heard about him. Yeah.
Yes.
I
He has a machine that you know, you just put it and then he can already diagnose your illness.
Right. Yeah.
But I think I'd rather also go now to our distant relative and my former doctor, Dr. Diliaco, for this natural healing. Thank you so much for this information. It's really from the Holy Spirit. Thank you, Doctor. God bless you, and be praying for you. Thank you.
May I be next?
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank you for sharing your time, your wisdom, all your life lessons and medical discoveries. My takeaway from you shared so much words of wisdom, no? But my main takeaway is it's an invitation from God to regularly practice the Ignatian examination of consciousness, where I review my activities throughout the day, where God is leading me, how He's acting in my life, and to journal this, so that I can, in your words, so that I can prepare myself for a later gift and see that the gifts that I receive are just part of a layer gift, and then guide me to respond to the gifts that I receive. Beautiful. So that in turn, these gifts that I receive can be shared, can be my own gifts to where God will lead me. Thank you. It's so inspiring, so empowering, and can only come from the Holy Spirit. Of course, meditation, or we call it in Ignatian spirituality, contemplation, reflection, they're all the same. It's communing with God, being one with God, only for the purpose of, or solely for the purpose of aligning our will with His, all for His greater glory. Thank you.
So Gilbert had to take a little time out. If
JM?
there's somebody, Paulita, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I will not be inquiring because I've been with Gilbert. Okay, I just an add-on to what was already shared by Gilbert and what you said about Gilbert. Gilbert is very inactive, has been very inactive in our meditation because of his very busy schedule. So sometimes I text him to please attend. And his sharings, wise sharings, really inspires us, the group. And he normally comes a little bit late, so we end up listening to him and we'll be very late also. I've been one of the recipients of his healing gift. I'm also a cancer victor for almost 16 years now. And I developed neuropathy after my operation, whole stomach removal, and I had my chemotherapy. It was tablets. Gilbert knows about this. And I developed this neuropathy. So I've been talking to Gilbert about this. And one time he spent some of his precious times with me for 3 sessions. I know that neuropathy has no cure, according to my oncologist in St. Luke's. But Gilbert had sessions with me for his muscle testing. He used muscle testing, and I really thank him for the time he shared with me. We normally start after his office hours, maybe 6:30 in the evening, and we end up about 10 o'clock. But he was so, generous with his time and his gift, and it is for Becca. He doesn't receive any payment at all. So I'd like to thank Gilbert and this group, how gifted he is, how God has really given him this talent. And he has helped many poor people. If not for COVID, he will be in the hospitals. I know. That's all, Gilbert.
Thank you, Paulita. Thank you very much for sharing.
Allow
And
me to
go
answer
ahead.
Rory. No, Rory, you were talking about Ignatian meditation, right? For a lot of people confuse Ignatian meditation with the Janmain kind of meditation. In fact, they are quite different. The Ignatian meditation is they try to visualize and try to imagine things there. The genuine type of meditation is the complete opposite, right? There are no images, no thoughts. You try to just concentrate on your anchor, the prayer word. And Father Jerry likes to emphasize this, that good thoughts, bad thoughts, don't entertain them during meditation. And many of our members, in the beginning, they were saying, I saw the Blessed Mother coming to me, the Sacred Heart, Jesus there coming, and all the light. And he does not like to use the word destruction, right? They're just thoughts. So, because if you say distractions, it becomes something negative. But Ignatian tries to visualize and picture, vision. The John Main type is more about nothing, right? You think you try to think of except your breathing. Then the mantra guides you, right? As soon as thoughts start to come in, you go back to concentrate on your mantra. So very different, right?
Okay, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, that reminds me of centering prayer. So it's how do you call it? Chair mind meditation. Yeah, it's like more of centering prayer, where for 20 minutes we let any thoughts pass, and we just say our mantra. Yeah, and Ignatian contemplation is entering the gospel story. Thank
Yeah.
you.
But if I may comment on the centering prayer, there's again a little bit of difference between the centering prayer, Father Pennington, and the John Main type of spirituality. In the John Main type, when you reach a point where you experience some kind of silence, even that we let it go and not to be attached to it, and we continue with the mantra. In the centering prayer, when you reach that stage wherein you feel that tranquility, they stabilize there, they stop the mantra and sort of just, I don't know the word, enjoy, or just uh, feel that nice feeling.
Savor. Yeah.
Savor. Yeah, the word is savor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have time for one more speak in a share.
JM, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Marlu.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jerry, for the more than just the inspiration. It's really the spirit, in a sense, sharing with us what your experience was like. When I saw your name, it reminded me of, I had a student named GUymatiao. Maybe she's related to you.
Yeah, Chrissy, yeah. In
Yeah,
fact,
is she there?
She's now in Dumaguete, yeah,
Yeah, she was my student in freshman year in Ateneo. So,
okay, I will tell her.
Yeah, please, yeah. My takeaway from your sharing, so I was very attracted to the what you said about vocation. When God invites, it's not natural. It's not a mere kind of invitation. It's a vocation, and then you don't realize where it will take you. You just have to respond. And I tie it with what you said about God does not make any mistake. And I think it's very important to latch on to that, because we can always take it for granted. But the important thing for me as well is when God calls and you yield to it, it's a response to that gift. the vocation is a gift. You don't even realize that it's a vocation, but the response to it is also a gift. And then there is a time for waiting, which is really what meditation is, a time for waiting. You don't know what you're waiting for, but you just trust that God does not make any mistake. So that's my whole takeaway from your sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. What Sister Vandana Mataji was saying is that a lot of people believe that God does not make mistakes. But I think from where she was coming from, there's still a doubt whether God loves you no matter what. That additional thing that we have in Christianity, that the unconditional love of God. And then the third is the gift. And he emphasized it that everything he gives is for the best and not even second best. And if that gift is given to a person, it's not only the person that is benefited. A death in the family has another purpose for the members of the remaining family. And we don't feel it, but all of this are, to me, are simultaneously dynamically functioning. And if it is the best, then it must be a unique set of conditions, right? Because if it is just one of the best, then that means there are other possibilities. And so everything that happens in the now. It actually happens in the now. So when we were talking 10 minutes ago, that's not the now anymore, right? And that's why the present moment becomes very precious, because it will never be repeated. And that whatever happens, everything that happened, even the structures in Rome, when they were built in the now at that time, right? And so everything that happens now in our relationships happens in the present. It's very important. That's why the meditation is to bring us to that present moment, because that's the only reality. The only reality is now. You think about it, right?
Thank you. Present moment, wonderful moment with God. That's our meditation. And much as I'd like to extend the conversation, we need to move now into our prayers and come back. I think come back grateful for all the gifts you've shared with us, Gilbert, and with a grateful heart, be grateful to God by just being in His presence. So may I invite everyone to come back into the prayers. We're ready for you, Mai.
A reading from John means the fullness of life. The most important thing for all of us is to live our lives to the full, and so far as we can, to realize our own full potential. Meditation is important for us because it is a process whereby we keep our contact with the creative center of our being, not just open, but in a constant and continuous state of expansion. Meditation is a process whereby creative energy is released within us.
Take a couple of seconds to sit comfortably. Always remember to have your backs straight, as straight as comfortably visible for you. Gently close your eyes, feet flat on the floor. Bring awareness to your breath, the breath of life God gave us, as you follow it in and out, in, out. At the end of the sound of the third bell, begin to pray Ma Ra Na Tha. Come, Lord Jesus. Ma Ra Na Tha. And listen to it.
A reading from the second book of Peter, chapter 1, verses 5 to 7. For this very reason, make every effort to add to your faith goodness, and to goodness, knowledge, and to knowledge, self-control, and to self-control, perseverance, and to perseverance, godliness, and to godliness, mutual affection, and to mutual affection, love.
I would like to make a couple of announcements for everyone. First announcement is that those who would like, or Gilbert would like to have a conversation with after the session, I will keep Zoom channel open so you can converse with Gilbert some more about your medical issues or concerns. The second announcement is we're having a Holy Week Triduum of choices. This is an annual thing that we do as a service for all meditation practitioners and open also to everybody. This will be on April's 1 to 3, every day, a Triduum of contemplative days, with Monday, Thursday to be led by Susan Vidal, who is both a businesswoman or entrepreneur and an author, a book writer. And she does very inspiring spiritual books. The other person is Rizal Kumlak on Holy Saturday. He's a regular, inspiring speaker for us who would also talk with us on that day, and myself on Black Friday. The choices is or are, will it be Peter or Judas? Will it be Veronica or Simon? Will it be Mary or Thomas as our models for Holy Week, as our models in this entering into the passion of Christ? It could also be that there's no choice among the two or six of these people. It could also be a choice of both. So I do invite you to come and join us. We will not have a regular contemplative day on the first Saturday. The Holy Week Triduum of Choices will take over. And finally, one more announcement. I don't have everybody's emails. You were into this by virtue of invitation by others. Please, while we keep the room open, you might just wish to write down your email addresses so we can continue to send you invitations for all of the contemplative days and other events of WCCM Philippines, as well as the details about Gilbert. We cannot have time after this session to talk with him. So now let's end the session with a final chanting by Mariette Salvadia. Mariette?
Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord. Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord. Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord. Our soul is waiting for God. Our hearts find joy in the Lord.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, and God bless all. Now, Zoom is going to be open for questions and answers with Gilbert.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
I'll be very happy to answer questions. I'm free. So
Good. Yes, Joe Gatdula, I think you would like to start.
yeah,
I
please.
will help facilitate.
Sige, sige. Mute.
I'd like
Joe,
to.
your mic is muted.
Sorry, sorry. As I was saying, my husband was diagnosed with colon cancer, stage 3. And among siblings, they have already lost, like in the family, about probably 4 people in the cancer now. So we also want to be more proactive with my husband and my children who are young adults, because it seems that the cancer cells are very strong. So what you mentioned about Dr. Efren would be very helpful for us, that probably on regular basis, my 4 young adult children could go through that exam. And that my husband was saying that in case the cancer would recur, because right now he has remission, he was diagnosed like 2019. So he will be on his second year now, but based on his statistics, it seems that after 3 years, they usually recur. And he was saying that once it recurs, he doesn't want any chemo anymore because he underwent chemo. So this natural healing might really be, is definitely a God blessings that we want to consider. I hope he would be open to it. That's why I asked about like the contact here in Metro Manila.
Okay. I want to clarify about 2 things, right? The Efren Navarro is a test.
It's a test, yes.
A test.
Yes, for my children.
The protocol for cancer is with Dr. Diliaco. Right?
Yes.
I don't even know if Dr. Efren's practicing that. Now, just a little overview if you're interested. The cancer usually can be cured in about 6 months. Right? And this is how it works, right? When a person gets cancer.
Sir Gilbert, can I pause for a while? May I
Yeah.
call my husband so that
Sige.
he can, may I call my husband? Okay, excuse lang. So someone can take the question first.
Okay. Sige, let's entertain while waiting for Joy. Yeah, Koy, please.
Dr. Gilbert, I like to call you doctor. Um, may I have, because I lost already the contact number of Dr. Divya. May I get it?
Sige. I'll write it down for everybody. So, do it again.
I used to have this.
I'm back.
Joe, we have Koi on the line right now. So
Yes, I'm back. Sir Gilbert, this is my husband, Rick Gandula. So
Yeah.
that he can listen to what you are sharing.
Okay. The what happens when you have cancer is that the cancer cells, the ordinary cell, is covered by fibrin, right? So the cancer, when it's a cancer cells, the normal way to the body's defense system is to eat up the cancer cell, right? The process is called phagocytosis, right? So it comes in and then eats up. The problem with cancer is that when that thing becomes a full-blown cancer, because the charge, the electrical charge there changes from being negative, being positive to become negative. But the white blood cells, they call that the natural killer cells, tend to eat up the cancer cells. But this one is negatively charged, and an ordinary cell is supposed to be positively charged. But then when it becomes a full-blown cancer, the electrical charge of the cancer cell becomes negative. So negative and negative, the natural immunity, natural killer cells cannot eat up. It cannot even go near because like a magnet of the same pole, they will repel each other. The genius of Dr. Kelly, the one who taught Dr. Deliaco, was they discovered that if we can only reverse the electrical charge of a cancer cell, then the natural system can come in and eat it up. But a cancer cell usually has protein outside. They call that it's actually made of fibrin, right? A form of protein. Now, if you can remove that protein out, just imagine the rambutan, right? The rambutan grows hair outside. That's like the cancer cell. If you can remove those, then it will automatically go back to become a positively charged cell. And then they discovered that when a person has cancer, its protein digestive enzyme produced by the pancreas actually comes down. That's why they don't like you to eat meat. It's not the meat per se that causes the cancer, but when you eat a lot of meat, your digestive enzymes, the protease to digest the protein, tend to prioritize the digestion of your food rather than going into the cancer cell. So because of that, they have to use an enzyme from outside to remove the protein outer covering. As soon as you start the treatment, then the cancer cells starts to be eaten up by your own cells. Now, what is that thing that will remove the protein outer covering? There is only one so far that they discovered in alternative medicine, and it is the pancreas of the pork, the pig's pancreas. The pig's pancreas produces a very strong protease digestive enzyme. Don't bother using the pancreas of the horse or the carabao or even the sheep or goat. It will not work, right? They have tested it already. So the moment you start taking the pancreas, they usually freeze it, right? Because you cannot eat it cooked because you will kill the digestive enzymes. Then it will start eating up of the fibrin outer covering of a cancer cell and slowly reverses its electrical charge to become positive, and then the phagocytosis, where the eating up of these cancer cells will begin. But when you start doing that, the dead cancer cells will get trapped in the liver. and it will be very painful. And that is why people who undergo chemo, they kill the cells, but they don't bother to think about removing the dead cancer cells, which gets trapped in the liver. In the Gerson therapy, which they adapted with Dr. Kelly, he combined this, and then you would have to use coffee. But the coffee is not drunk. It is actually used as an enema. So they call the coffee enema, right? So what happens is you get coffee, which is the organic coffee. You don't put sugar, you don't put anything. And then there's a small, like a dextrose bottle, a dextrose pail, and then they connect it to the anus, the rectum. And the patient is asked to tilt 4 minutes in the left and then straight and then turn to the right. The purpose is to bring the coffee to as near as possible to the liver. It can never touch because it's just near the colon. But that's the nearest part that the liver can smell the aroma of the coffee. The liver does not like coffee. They don't like it. And so it sort of reacts to that smell, and then it will squeak out the dead cancer cells. And that process is repeated every day, 3 or 4 times. That's why it's a tedious process. And the once you start doing it regularly, then the cancer cells just naturally dies, right? The principle is actually simple. When patients come and ask what they need, I always say the first question is who is going to journey with you in this cancer treatment, right? I had a person coming here and I said, do you have any daughter who can help you? He said, I have two daughters and they're both nurses. I said, good. But then he said, no, they're in the US, right? And they're going to send money. I said, we don't need the money. It's not expensive. What we need is care and love, right? So I always tell Dr. Deliaco, it is not the medicine, it's the love of the caregiver on the patients that allow patients to survive, right? If I would say it's really, is there somebody willing to help? Why? Because when you wake up, the first thing you do is to do the enema. Therefore, the coffee must have been prepared about 11 o'clock, the latest, the night before, so that by the morning, excuse me, by morning, the temperature of the uh, coffee will not be so hot anymore, right? And then, right after you give it, you have to prepare for the next. So a cancer patient will find that very difficult, right? If nobody is going to support them, it's very difficult, right? And then you have to buy the pancreas from the market and clean it. So every day you'll be taking around 14 tablespoons of that. And each one is taken two at a time, right? It's just to give an overview. And then in order to improve your white blood cells, you have to take once a day of raw beef liver. And once. But the pork liver, but the pork is 7, right? Do not take pork pancreas because it's full of parasites. You take the beef liver, so we call it uh, RBL, right? The raw beef liver, and the RPP, which is the raw pork pancreas. So these are the main ingredients for natural healing, right? But you have to understand the biochemistry of it. And that is the specialty of Dr. Diliaco, right? So aside from that, there are other things, right? Now, the basic thing in natural healing is really water, right? You can never cure any disease if you lack water. God designed our body to be about 75% water. So we have to drink at least 12 to 13 glasses a day. Now, a lot of people know about water, but they don't know what kind of water to drink. When you go into alternative medicine practice, we don't drink water from
We're losing you.
the
Sir Gilbert,
distilled water or
we're
the
losing.
prepared mga bottled water. Why? Because there's no minerals in it, right? And that is what caused the cancer of Dr. Diliaco. He admitted that he was drinking distilled water. The reason for that is there's no minerals, right? Where will you get manganese? Where will you get magnesium? Where will you get the uh, sodium, the chloride, and all this? So together with the water, you have to take salt. Do not use the iodized salt because the sodium chloride inside is very high. So what we do is we have to use sea salt, right? And the sea salt is about 70 minerals and about 60% sodium chloride. If you take the iodized salt that's processed, the sodium chloride might be too high and it has a lot of chemicals, including cyanide. The reason they put, if you buy a bag of iodized salt, you try to read it, and then you will see what I'm saying is true. One of the ingredients is either sodium or potassium ferrocyanide. Now, they put it there not to poison people, but as what they call an anti-caking agent. Right? So if you take it, why do you have to take this when you can get the natural sea salt? Now, the purpose why you take salt is for the minerals in the body, but it allows the water to stay. If you do not take salt, not enough salt, then when you drink a glass of water, 2 glasses of water or 3 glasses, in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you'll be looking for the CR, right? But if you take salt, it will allow the water to retain in the body. And what are the purposes of water in the body? The first one is when you have water, it will hydrate all the organs, including the brain, your lungs, your heart, your kidneys, your liver, your pancreas, and even your cartilages. So do not attempt to exercise when you are dehydrated because you might get into a herniated disc, right? So the most important is to hydrate yourself. Conventional doctors are very allergic to salt because they say that salt will bring up your pressure. True or not? Yes, it is true. If you do it more than what your body needs. That's why they have a blood test and they have a range. The problem is the salt is not enough. If you get too much salt and then you drink water and then it retains, your pressure can shoot up very fast and you can go into a stroke or a myocardial infarction. That is true. But what the conventional doctors do not really tell you is that the opposite is equally dangerous. That when you don't have enough salt in the body, it cannot retain enough water. Your blood becomes very sticky, malapot, right? In Bisaya, we say aguaro, but in Tagalog, they say malapot yung dugo mo. Right? Once you get a chronic uh, viscous blood, dehydrated blood, then you are likely to form a clot, very likely. And once that clot, one day you get into an argument, you get angry, or you're sitting there, you're constipated and you force, then once that clot is dislodged from some of the arteries there and it goes into the brain, it becomes ischemic stroke. As simple as that, right? So if it blocks some important arteries in the heart, then they call that a myocardial infarction, right? Which should be distinguished from a cardiac arrest. But anyway, the idea is to improve the hydration in the body. That's really the number one. And therefore, it involves digestion. If you don't have enough water, you can never have good digestion. The second purpose of water is as a temperature balancer. That's why sometimes mothers bring their babies to me and they said, "Sir, my son is having high fever." Do not immediately use paracetamol, right? Perhaps it is just dehydration. So normally, especially for children, when they have fever, you touch the feet of the baby or the child. It's usually very hot here and very cold in the feet. The reason for that is that there's not enough water. Once there's enough water in the blood, which should be about 95, 94% of the plasma, then the circulation of the blood will have sufficient water to transfer the heat from the brain to the other colder parts of the body. In 5 minutes, the temperature of the child, the baby, immediately comes down. Why? Because the principle of heat transfer is to bring heat from a hotter part of the body to a colder part. And usually it's in the brain, that's the hottest, and in the extremities, in the soles of the feet, that are the coldest. Once you have enough water in the blood, the heat is now transmitted and distributed all throughout. And the whole part, the whole skin system is the area where the heat is dissipated. Now, if the temperature still does not come down, then most probably the child or the person is having an infection. And in infection, the most common treatment in conventional medicine is to use the antibiotics, right? But then it's not only bacteria that causes fever, that causes infection. You have virus, you have protozoa, you have fungus. Well, fungus hardly gives you fever, but bacteria, virus can give you a fever. So therefore, there's an infection in the body, and that's the time that you need to further investigate, right? Now, if you give antibiotics and it's a viral infection, then you're wasting your time and you're putting unnecessary antibiotics in the body, which will actually kill the probiotics in the colon. So it's very hard, and I don't blame the conventional doctors because it's very hard to get a correct diagnosis right away, right? So sometimes when the patient stays in the hospital and they cannot cure it, they have to do a sampling of the blood for testing, right? For what kind of bacteria. So, well, going back to water, and the third purpose of water in the body, it has a cleansing effect. Any living thing will always produce waste, including all the 52 trillion cells in the body. It will be producing waste, and therefore it needs to be cleansed. And if you don't have enough water to cleanse your body, then you'll get sick. Right? It may come in the form of cancer, it may come in the form of other things. Now, one of the things that we try to simplify in alternative medicine is to achieve three things to stay healthy. One is what we call freedom from dehydration. If you're able to constantly drink water properly every day with discipline and mix proper amount of salt with it, then you're already 50% along the way, right? Going towards a healthy body. The second is to have freedom from exhaustion. And you pity a lot of people when they say, I'm taking so much calcium, so I should not be having osteoporosis. But then I'm still having osteoporosis, right? I'm taking a lot of vitamins, this and this. There's a saying that you are what you eat. But in alternative medicine and in natural healing, we say you are what you digest. You could eat it, but if it's not properly digested, then how can you bring those nutrients, those amino acids, everything into different parts of the body? And the third one is we have to work towards freedom from constipation. If the waste stays in the colon for too long, then it becomes rotten fecal waste. We always think that there's only one category of waste, right? Our feces. In fact, if it stays too long, usually it stays in the last part of this large intestine. It's called the sigmoid colon. And that is when the liquid is being drawn out before it becomes solid waste. If it stays too long, then fungal infection starts to grow there. And when the fungus starts to leak out, then it can go to the brain, then it can contribute to formation of uh, things there that can cause migraine, right? We know this because a lot of patients come and they said the doctors cannot cure. They brought him all to the top specialist in Manila, so suffer from migraine. So we try to kill it with a certain device and put the frequency that we suspect on what kind of fungus or worm that is invading, and immediately the patient says, "My pains are gone." Right? And it's a diagnosis that is quite difficult. Dr. Deliaco used to tell me that disease in the later stage are easy to diagnose, but very difficult to cure. The diseases in the early stage are hard to diagnose, but easy to cure. And that's why we're motivated to learn uh, diagnosis by touching a patient. I know it's a little bit hard. Took me a few years to really be able to do small things until God continues to give you with the strength and the ability to become more sensitive when you touch. Now, the touching of patients in alternative medicine is different from the touching of the Chinese doctors. Chinese doctors feel, we only feel one kind of pulse in conventional medicine, but in the Eastern medicine, the Chinese doctors, they can feel five kinds of pulses. And that's very hard to learn, right? They usually train that in families and they start very young. It's another kind of gift, right? In the muscle testing that we do, it's actually communicating with your brain connecting to the brain of the patient, right? And it does not come out like people say, touch me if I have this or not. It's not. It's actually posing a question and then whether that answer is positive or negative. So it's not that easy that when you touch a patient, the answer comes right away, right? You have to have a hypothesis and see if your hypothesis is correct or not. The moment the hypothesis is correct, then your muscles harden. No matter what you do, it hardens. If the hypothesis is wrong, then it does not, right? So if you see a person is free of viral infection, you touch him, say, yes, it's free. If he says free, then there's none. If it slides, then that means he's not free, therefore he's. And that's how I was able to help patients with the COVID. I went in. Actually, another brother of mine was in the ICU for COVID. I requested them, of course, the doctors would not allow me to go to the ICU. I said, I'm not afraid, right? Allow me to go in. Otherwise, he won't make it, right? The whole lung was infected already. So finally, they agreed. And so I went in, right? Of course, they covered me. But the it was so tight. I opened it up, came out, and then helped my brother there with the zapper. I came back. I tested myself. For I have the virus, and I let it stay until I wanted to feel up to how strong my body could do it. So when I reached about, I was counting about 8 million viruses there. I said, it's time to kill it, right? In 25 minutes, right? I was able to get rid of it, right? We look at the virus as a kind of, just like a flu, right? Except that a lot of it is asymptomatic. You don't see anything, so you don't know who has it or who does not have it. That's why the government has to insist that we put a mask, because you could be receiving it or you could be transmitting it. So I really don't blame the government for insisting that we have to cover and take the necessary precautions, right? But I also feel that there are a lot of natural methods to kill virus, which we have done so successfully in dengue. And the solution we use is papaya leaves, right? Simple as that. Papaya leaves practically kills most, not all, but most of the viruses, right? Dr. Deliaco used it in Manila, even with one doctor from St. Luke. He used it. So what he did is to get papaya leaves, dry it, not under the sun, but air dried, and put the leaves, they dry in a capsule, and then the patient takes it. In a few days, the SARS, the person tested negative, right? I've been using that also for dengue. I've treated more than 100 patients in dengue, and not even one had to undergo transfusion. So for us, if al- allowed to do it, we think that nobody should die of dengue, right? To us, it's a mortal sin. Now, the other way to kill this is the zapper. It's an electric device, it's battery operated, and allow the electricity, it's very, very small electricity, and the frequency to kill whatever parasites. The hard part of it is to diagnose which parasite is taking is attacking the body, right? Many times patients come and they said, sir, we have gone back to the doctors 11 times and the coughing of my sister does not disappear. And then we find out that it cannot be cured with antibiotics because it is a pinworm infection in the lungs, right? And doctors don't believe that there is an epidemic of worms in the Philippines. If our hypotheses were wrong, then how come we were able to cure them, right? Using based on the diagnosis that it's a pinworm or a hookworm, right? Hookworm is very, very common in the Philippines, and tapeworm is also very common, right? And then the third one is a worm called whipworm, which is the scientific name is Trichinella spiralis. I mean, Trichuris trichura, right? So we do this and almost on a daily basis to help people with infection, right? And we get almost instant results. The cancer would require about 6 months, right? It really requires somebody to assist you, right? And you need somebody who really loves you to go with you in that journey, because the patient himself or herself cannot do it. And very sad when you see people, they said, Gilbert, I cannot stop my work. I'm the bread earner, right? But I said, if you do not do it on a full-time basis and really rest, it's very hard to fight it, right? Because we are allowing the immune system to take over. In conventional medicine, they have realized that when you use chemo, it will destroy the immune system. But they do it because they found out that the immune system cannot fight the cancer. And therefore, it is a risk worth taking that when we do the chemo, we may destroy the immune system. But never mind, because anyway, in the first place, the immune system failed to do its work. And that is their thinking. And I respect their thinking, right? We in alternative medicine respect it's a different approach. Here in natural medicine, we always believe that God gave you the power to heal itself. All we have to do is to learn what are the techniques and the methods and the science behind that we could use in order to enhance the body's immune system to work. And one of the things we discover is what I just shared to you, that if we can put in digestive enzymes on the body that can remove the fibrin outer covering of a cancer cell, then the natural process of phagocytosis can come in. Right? It has worked for so many, it did not work for some, and I think because they did not really do it to the full. And instead of taking the raw pork pancreas 7 times a day at 2 tablespoons each, they just take 3 or 4. Alanganin, right? And then the coffee enema is done only sometimes once or a day or maybe 4 or 5 times a week. And then a lot of them get cured, but then it comes back. Why? Because they have a term called metastasis, right? Even in conventional medicine where they use chemo, the chances of cancer coming back is very high. And one of the reasons we discover is that in the capillaries and some of the arterioles, they're blocked by calcium, right? That's what happens to the heart when they do a bypass or angioplasty, is because it has calcified plaque. The calci in that word comes from the word calcium, right? And therefore, if the calcium blocks certain arteries and the cancer is there, then the enzymes, whether it is natural proteolytic enzyme or chemo medicine, it cannot go through because it's being blocked. So we have to use medicines that we use in cardiovascular to remove the uh, calcium, calcified plaque deposits in the arteries and in the capillaries in order for the enzymes to go through. Right? So there are several steps, right? But generally, that is the principle that we use something very natural, right? Now, there are doctors in Manila who have cured cancer without using the pork because they come from an entirely different tradition. One of them is Dr. Samuel Dizon, and he is a Seventh-day Adventists, and they don't believe in pork, right? They don't eat pork. So God also gave them another kind of gift to cure cancer, right? The tradition that we are practicing is not a Filipino invention, and Dr. Deliaco always attributes this to an American dentist with the name of Dr. William Donald Kelly. In my knowledge, in my research, I found out that there are only two who really mastered the Kelly protocol. One is a doctor who used to practice at the Sloan Memorial Kettering Hospital in Manhattan. And he left conventional medicine and he became a top doctor. He became the doctor of Steve McQueen, right? Treating cancer. His name is Dr. Nicolas Gonzalez, right? Unfortunately, he died in 2017 under mysterious circumstances. And and that would leave Dr. Deliaco to be the only one who really mastered, right? The advantage of Dr. Deliaco's method is that he can do muscle testing. Right? And Kelly did not teach him about muscle testing. This is just the methodology of using pancreatic enzymes to cure cancer. The advantage why Dr. Deliaco became very famous in Manila on curing cancer because he could diagnose using his fingers, right? Just like that, and he touches a patient. And in fact, the whole process when Jeffrey was being treated by Dr. Deliaco, he would not even bother to look at the X-ray and the MRI, right? He would not, he would have his own. And that was why Jeffrey was apprehensive on doing this because how can you trust my life on just the fingers of an old man, right? That's doing like this. But when you get into it and then you see the results, then you begin to see, right? And begin to understand. And a lot of these biases and prejudice it slowly gets erased from your mind and then starts learning. Most of my patients here now are hardly on cancer, right? In fact, to me, the number one thing I'm afraid is not really cancer, but strokes and heart attacks, because there's nothing we can do anymore, right? I mean, we can do it if it's on time, and the golden time to cure a stroke is about 2 to 3 hours after it happened, right? But if a person who was mentioning kanina, si Cora or si Koy, that has uh, under is stroke paralysis, there's a very big hope for them. I have reversed more than 40 people who can walk back uh, after suffering from a stroke. They come into the store walking like this, right? And this stroke paralysis, and then we do it. If we cannot do it in one session, we do it 2 or 4 sessions, right? There are a lot of things that we cannot do in alternative medicine. We cannot do surgery. We cannot even use dextrose, right? IV. But there are also a lot of diseases that they cannot do in conventional medicine that we can successfully do in alternative medicine. And both complements each other, right? It's important to listen to them. And in fact, a lot of the people who helped me develop in this field are conventional doctors, right? The approach is different, but the science, the truth is only one, right? So what we need to do is to go into a better health is to start drinking water every day. As soon as we get up, it is important to drink at least 3 glasses of water. You don't have to do it in one gulp, but you drink the 3 glasses maybe within a period of 15 minutes with half a teaspoon of salt. People, as I said, conventional doctors are afraid of salt because of the risk of too much water retention and then overloading the arteries, therefore increasing pressure and then bringing the risk of a stroke or a heart attack. But mind you, on those patients who suffered stroke, and if you touch them and ask what was the pressure at the time of stroke, what was the condition of the blood, 9 out of 10 actually lack salt, lack water, and lack potassium. This is actual practice, right? The emphasis is to cut down on salt, which is correct, which we have to be very careful not to take too much salt. But we also want to emphasize that on the other extreme, when water is lacking and salt is lacking in the body and potassium is lacking in the body, you could also get a stroke. And believe me, there are more people who suffer stroke due to lack of salt than those who suffer because of oversalt. When you take salt, you have to balance it with potassium. That's why Dr. Deliaco always says that you take 6 bananas a day. All kinds of bananas are good except one, which is the most expensive, the lakatan. The lakatan is not good because when you take it, it makes the stomach alkaline. So the best saging that we recommend is the cardava. I think in Manila you call it the saba, right? And when you take it, then it provides sufficient potassium in the body. You cannot get potassium from the salt. You cannot get potassium from your water. And so the daily routine for us, the basic, is to take about 12 to 13 glasses of water a day. And when you wake up, drink 3 glasses of water or 2.5 glasses of water with about half a teaspoon of salt. Do not do this when you already have edema. You may have to consult an alternative doctor or your conventional doctor. But if you're healthy and you don't have edema, you don't really have an underlying heart problem, it's very safe to take half a teaspoon of salt with 3 glasses of water. I repeat, half a teaspoon of salt for 3 glasses of water. If you cannot finish the 3 glasses of water, then use the proportion 1/6 of a teaspoon with 1 glass of water. So if you take 2 glasses, you take 1/3. And if you take 3 glasses of water, you take 1/2. Why is it important to hydrate our body with water once we wake up? Because in the time, the 6, 7, 8 hours that we're sleeping, it produces about 2 glasses of urine. And the third glass is usually lost in evaporation in the breathing, especially if you're in an aircon room. And that is why the first thing to do in the morning is to hydrate back yourself. For the rest of the day, you have 2 options or 3 options. One, as a rule, is to take a glass of water for each waking hour. or you can take 2 glasses every 2 hours, or you can take 3 glasses every 3 hours. But do not attempt to take 4 glasses every 4 hours. Some of my friends say, Bert, I will just take four, and that finishes my quota, half of it, almost a third of it. If you do that, you are risking bloating your arteries. So the maximum is about 3 glasses for every 3 hours. And then, together with the 3 glasses, you take half a teaspoon of salt. The half a teaspoon is not heaping, right? It's flat. Don't compress it. The rock salt, and then half of it. That half is good for the 3 glasses. I emphasize this because there are some who do not understand, and they take 1/2 teaspoon for the first glass, and then another half teaspoon for the second glass, and another half teaspoon for the third glass, and we will have a big problem, right? I could go to jail for that, right? Because Gilbert said, right? But if you take half a teaspoon of salt for the 3 glasses of water, you are pretty safe. But it is important to know that salt, which contains sodium, balances with potassium. And so it's important to make sure that you will have potassium in the body. You don't have to take it together with the salt and the water, but you can take 2 bananas every meal. Take the saba. If not, if you think that banana, kasawa ka na sa banana, you can take papaya, 1 slice of papaya, and 1 banana. The important thing is the body needs to have potassium. Do not underestimate the danger of a potassium deficiency. They call that hypokalemia, right?
Gilbert,
Yes.
we have two raised hands. One is Christine, the other is
Okay.
Joy.
Yeah. Feel free to interrupt. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's
Sir
start.
Gilbert, if I
Let's start with Joy.
if I understood it correctly, the 1/2 rock salt
One
is
half
for
teaspoon.
1/2 teaspoon is for the
The
3 glasses.
proportion for the 3 glasses.
So that
Right?
is for the entire day. So if I need
You take a
12,
total 2.5 teaspoons a day. So
2.5
one half is not
teaspoon,
enough, right?
2.5
Yeah.
teaspoons
You
a
know,
day.
salt, you know how important salt is. A lot of people take, especially older women, postmenopausal, they take a lot of calcium, right? And then they're still osteoporotic. And the solution is actually simple because you need salt for that calcium to bind in the bones. You need salt as well. In fact, 25% of the salt that you take actually goes into the bones, right? It's very important. The sea salt contains, depending on the locality, you would have about 65 to 70 minerals, right? So God designed it already. It's part there that when you taste the food and it's uh, matabang, right? In Bisaya we say tabang. You take it. That drive, that desire to make your food taste better by putting salt actually comes with it 70 other minerals aside from sodium and chloride, right? To take it because your body needs it. So the natural craving is a gift of nature, right? And then you take it. So do not exceed 2.5 teaspoons a day. It's very dangerous. That is what the doctors are afraid of, right? Now, if you happen that day to be taking a lot of very salty food, then use your common sense now. Reduce your intake of salt, right? The safe side, just maybe take one. Because I'll tell you the story of one person here is a famous architect in Dumaguete, and I asked him if I could use his case as a example, and he said, "Feel free. You can even use my name." But anyway, this friend of mine, Rene, uses a method wherein he already pre-mixes the water. The, so he uses 6 glasses of water in his container, and he puts 1 teaspoon. So the proportion is still the same, right? So every time he goes out, he just drinks a little. So automatically, that water and salt is already pre-mixed, right? And he has been doing that for 2 years, and there was no problem. One day, he calls me and he says, I am now in the hospital because my pressure went up to 195. So I immediately got his folder, that's his handwriting, and then found out that it's only 165. So I said, Ren, your pressure is 165, right? Not 195. He said, you're right. Because as soon as I got in here, they put something there, the sublingual, to bring down the pressure, right? So I said, what happened? He said, we went out with a friend and we saw something in the side streets. And he said it was very tempting. So he took the sinugba and everything with the sausawan. It was very salty. Then he wanted water because he knew that the water that he was bringing with him was already salted, right? And if he drinks that, it will bring up his salt, which is what conventional doctors are very afraid of. And he was right to be concerned. He saw this small store there and he thought that it was not very sanitary from their container. So he was afraid to drink their water. So I said, Rene, in that case, you should have drunk water from the bottle. He said, but you told me to avoid drinking water. I said, but in a case like that, you can make an exception, right? So he said, I was afraid because you said that the bottled water are not very clean. In fact, doctors also admit that a lot of bacteria and worms are in bottled water. So he said, I took the gamble and drank the water from my container. In 5 minutes, he said he felt the pain here because the food was already very salty, and then his pressure went up. They have to bring him to the hospital. So was there, I said, the doctors asked me to go home now. I said, don't. Ask for a prescription of a diuretic so that you could urinate right away. And when you urinate, the water in the plasma will come down, right? So he said, I have this medicine at home. I'll just go home. I said, no, do it now. So he asked the doctor for a prescription. He took the diuretic tablet. And then I muscle tested and he said, "Oy, your pressure is down to 22." He said, in the last 20 minutes, I went to the CR 3 times, right? So it took out the water in the blood, brought it down, therefore the pressure was normal. But I'm telling this story to remind all of you that salt is something you have to be careful. That's why in medicine they have a term called J curve, right? If you plot it there, on one extreme, when you have too much salt and water, your pressure can shoot up. But on the other extreme, when you lack water and salt, your pressure can go up. Why does the pressure go up when you don't have enough water? Because your blood is sticky. As simple as that. So when the blood becomes sticky, it is very difficult for the heart to pump it. And the heart has to exert pressure because sticky blood does not flow as easily as hydrated blood. And when you do that, the heart has to work harder. And that's why pressure goes up. Therefore, there's a balance between the two. In all these years, the doctors cannot tell you how much water that you really need. And it took a Dr. Deliaco to challenge the Philippine Medical Association to come up with a number of glasses that your body needs. Based on experience, we found out that it varies also on the size of the person. So normally for women with smaller frames, maybe 11 glasses of water is enough. For some men, you need at least 13, but it's within that range. 8, I can tell you, is really not enough. 8 is for grade school children with small bodies, then they say 8 glasses of water. By the way, what is the meaning of glass? Glass means 237 ml or 8 fluid ounce, right? So you try to find a container or a measuring cup and then your favorite glass at home, you will know more or less. It's just an estimate that you need 12 glasses a day at least, right? And then you have the 2.5 teaspoons of salt. So what some of our patients do here is they get that small container from Jollibee where you put ketchup, they clean that, and they put their 2.5 teaspoons of salt inside. So every time they drink, they just get a pinch and then make sure that they put a little bit of salt in it. When you eat watermelon, for example, you can take the salt from there and rub it in. That becomes part of your daily quota already, right? You buy manga and then the mango, you can put something there, and that's already part of your 2.5. The idea is to put in salt and minerals. Yeah, yes, Joy.
Sir Gilbert, one glass again is how many ml? 273, 237.
237.
237.
Yeah, it's very easy to remember because if you multiply 237 by 3, you get 711, right? And so the American measurement is 8 ounces. The metric system is 237 ml, right? So any other questions?
Christine Carlos, I think.
Yeah, hi.
Hi,
Uh,
hi, Christine, right?
Hi, thank you, Gilbert. Are you from Dumaguete? Are you staying in Dumaguete now?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I have many friends there, the Amigos and the
Okay,
Villanuevas. And I love Dumaguete. It's my favorite city.
yeah,
Anyway,
you're very welcome.
um,
You're very welcome. Yeah.
yeah, um, I was going to ask about two medical conditions.
Okay.
Um, First medical condition that I want to ask about is the retinopathy. Retinopathy is like a blindness condition for the eye for people who have diabetes, but actually other people who don't have diabetes can also get retinopathy
Yes.
when they get stressed. Okay, now I'm asking this because my helper, I'm helping my helper. She has a diabetes condition, and it has resulted to retinopathy, like her unattended diabetes condition through the years blew up. So now her eyes have been getting treatment uh, for seriously for over a year now. But last end of last year, she got some surgeries for the eyes. And anyway,
You
the
touched
doctors impeached.
the retina
So
was
her blood sugar is controlled, but of course the damage has already been done. I mean, through the years. So the doctors said that her eyes are recovering, so she cannot see it or it's very hazy. But the blood vessels of the eyes kasi become like forests. Parang nagiging clotted siya and kumpul-kumpul when you have retinopathy, the blood vessels at the back of the eye. So, like they're helping remove those clots and the bara-bara of those veins, no? And then so I and then the other eye is being treated because parang it will start a glaucoma, or a glaucoma is starting because of the pressure of the bara-bara na nga of the, parang the retinopathy is causing complications of glaucoma. So that's also being treated. So I was wondering, what are the things that she could do, or what are the things that could improve? Of course, it's the effect of diabetes, but it's hit the eye.
Um, the we need the patient to be here, right? I mean, we cannot treat them on long distance or. But
Okay.
anyway, since you talk about eyes, and maybe it might benefit some of those who are here. The retinopathy, the diabetic retinopathy, is different from the glaucoma, right? The glaucoma is a condition wherein the pressure in the eyes go too high. They call that the IOP, right? The intraocular pressure. So between the cornea and the lens, there's a space there called the anterior, right? And in the anterior, there is a fluid there called the aqueous humor, right? When that aqueous humor is unable to flow out and builds up there, then the pressure increases. The normal pressure is maybe between 14 to 18 mm Hg. Sometimes it can go up to 20, 30, right? One of the first things we do in alternative medicine is to reduce the pressure in the eyes. And believe it or not, all we gave them is water and salt. We cannot cure the damage to the optic nerve, right, with water and salt, but we can at least reduce or slow down the damage by bringing the pressure back to the eyes. Around the corner of the eye, there is a small canal called the canal of Slem. And the canal of Slem cannot be activated because of dehydration. So some of my friends, ophthalmologists, will say, Gilbert, are you crazy? The pressure is already high. Why do you ask them to drink more water? The intraocular pressure is reaching 25, 30, you still give them water. But the pressure in the eyes are independent of the cardiovascular pressure, right? They're two different. This one is caused because the aqueous humor fluid cannot leak out. And once you give them water and salt, it activates that small muscle there and allows that canal of Slem to open up and drain the aqueous humor down that side. And instantly the pressure can come down. I'm not saying that we can do that in all cases, but in a lot of cases, when we do it, the pressure instantly comes down, right? To measure pressure, the ophthalmologist uses an instrument called a tonometer, right? When we do it and we do it right and get tonometer, the pressure comes down, right? Now, the treatment of the damaged optic nerve, which is actually the glaucoma, is to bring blood back into the system so that it can provide more blood to an area that lacks it, right? And to do that, we use the cili, right? So that it can bring blood out. One of the members of the meditation was in Manila in 2017. Father Lawrence came and he asked me that he had already 2 surgeries in the eyes and he spent more than $500,000 because it was bleeding. So he took a look at it, and right there that night, I asked him to take chili mixed with raw eggs. He cannot. I said, you mix it with the raw eggs. And 2 days after, he said he already feels so much better, right? But then I said, go back to your doctor. So we went back to the Asian Eye Clinic, and the bleeding stopped. And he said, what a miracle, right? And he wants me to stay in Manila to treat. I said, I cannot. I have to go back to Dumaguete, right? He said, maybe you can form an office here with all the alternative doctors. But this can happen, right? Now, I really don't know about your employee, but maybe if you have a chance to bring her to Dr. Delaco, try to set an appointment. If Dr. Delaco is still seeing patients, um, the glaucoma, we have successful cases in glaucoma, but those that have already detached retina and surgery, I don't have that much confidence yet. I need more training in that. But we have to see the patient. I had a patient here last month that was passwords pushing out of the eyes, and I didn't even want to look at it, right? But she was requesting. I said, "Why don't you go to the doctor?" She said, "But I already went there, and they cannot, right?" So we started, and then we found out that there was actually worm infestation. So I used a zapper, and then he's so thankful now. He said that it has stopped, uh, the pus has stopped, and then the infections are there. He feels okay, and probably I said then go back to your ophthalmologist, whatever needs to be done, right? But maybe she may have some parasitic infections. It's very, very common. Right? They call it retinopathy. For us, we don't even want to name a disease anymore because it limits you, right? And they said, there's no cure for this because it's arthritic, rheumatoid arthritis, there's no cure. I don't even want to put a name on a disease anymore. It's just a guide, right? So what we do is if we see that there's not enough nutrition there, we provide it. And if there's parasites, we kill it. And if there's dehydration, we try to address the dehydration, right? That's our approach, right? Anyway, Christine, uh, I leave my number here, right? And then you text me and then we'll talk about it more, right?
Yeah, or yeah, your number and email.
Yeah, I'll write it down.
I'll ask it from JM. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll write it down here for everybody.
Oh, sige. My second case, well, of
Yeah.
course, I'll just ask you more about that retinopathy. Kasi the veins, you mentioned something about the veins and the eyes have veins. That's what's clogged in the retinopathy.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's another case. I would like to recommend my friend to you. She lives in Bacolod, and it's easy for her to go to Dumaguete. My friend has chronic psoriasis, and it's been going on for like 20 years. I've actually recommended her to a conventional doctor in Medical City because it is a recommendation from another friend who also has chronic psoriasis, but this friend has a controlled psoriasis. And then my friend also recommended, aside from the conventional derma from Medical City, she also recommended a Doctora Damondon, who's an alternative doctor. So my friend has been going through the two of this, but being close to Dumaguete and her case uh, keeps on, I don't know, it's getting worse. Unlike my friend na gumaling, my other friend who recommended the doctors to her, it only comes out when she's stressed. The psoriasis is inherited from her father and her son also has it, pero it only comes out when she's stressed. But the other friend na we recommended ng other doctors, this friend in Bacolod, parang it's not getting well and she's spending so much money. So I don't know. I want to recommend your clinic to her. But maybe you can say some things about psoriasis and your treatment.
A few years ago, when I attended the convention of the Philippine College for Advancement in Medicine, there was a testimony by the former administrator of the Cardinal Santos Hospital. I think her name is Sister Cornejo. Some of you may have known her. And Sister Cornejo made a testimony there that she had suffered psoriasis for 25 years, right? And finally, she had the chance to meet Dr. Deliaco. And she said in 2 weeks' time, Dr. Deliaco totally cured her psoriasis, right? I have tried on some patients, not some partially successfully, and some I really could not. I have to admit that. But Dr. Deliaco was able and have a good track record of totally reversing psoriasis. What Dr. Deliaco did was he went to the house, to the convent of the sisters. And this is what the testimony of the sister, right? I'll try to find that article. And he looked around and he went to the dispensers, water dispensers, and he said, this is where you're getting all of this. So he asked them to stop and to drink water from the faucet. He said, because the water in the faucet has chlorine, and therefore fungus, fungi, and all these worms, eggs cannot exist in them. And then he killed the parasites with some capsules, and I think with the zapper. And then he asked her to use a soap. It's a very cheap kind of soap. I don't know if it used to be made by the Department of Health. It's called Acapulco, right? And then so kill the worms, the fungi in the body. And the fungi usually comes in the form of a fungi called microzyma, right? You kill all of them. And then started on proper hydration. And in 2 weeks, the sister said, I know because I'm a registered nurse and I'm the administrator of a hospital. And he said, all these years of steroids, right? So if you're in Manila, I left the number of Dr. Deliaco and I probably put in the number of Madel, or his secretary. Try to call him, right? And see if you can make an appointment, right?
Actually, my friend is in Bacolod eh.
Yeah. She's in Bacolod. Sige, I'll try what I can do, right? I'll try
Oo.
what I can
Pero
do.
can I clarify lang? When the story that you said, when Dr. Diliaco went into the convent, he saw that the water that the sister was
He
drinking
was
was
also testing and he said, stop drinking this kind of water, right?
what kind of water?
Kaning mga, the one in the dispenser, these are all purified, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we don't, right? Here in GUymatiao Trading, I don't drink that, right? Our employees, I give them the choice. But for those who are following alternative medicine, natural healing, we all get it from the CR. We just get it from the laboratory there and drink, right? And they said they don't want this is in the CR, but I told them it's cleaner than, and hardly people get sick, right? And the ones who are drinking from the dispenser, they always get sick, right? Most of them, right?
Okay. Sige, I would appreciate it if I could connect my friend in Bacolod with you in Dumaguete.
Sige.
Thank you so much. City of Smiles, my favorite place.
Thank you. We just will have a time check. 40 minutes to 12 noon. If
Yeah,
there are,
I'm
uh,
I'm I'm free.
are
I'm free.
you're still free. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, Koi, yes, you wanted to ask something.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
please. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I've been waiting actually. Anyway, you mentioned Dr. Gilbert that Dr. Diliaco was able to treat a stroke victim in just 4 sessions who had a half paralysis of the body.
Uh-huh.
I hear it right.
The reversal of the stroke paralysis.
Yeah, because my sister, had suffered from a stroke,
Yeah.
debilitating stroke, 9 years ago, and so the left side is paralyzed.
Okay.
But she can take a few steps with a cane.
Uh-uh.
You know, uh, but it would be really good, heaven sent, if she can, she can have a restoration of the functions in her left.
Yeah. Very
Uh,
big, very good chance of reversing, right, or curing, right? Have helped maybe easily 50 patients here in stroke paralysis.
I just hope that, well, Dr. Diliaco, he's 90 years old.
Yeah.
He's still
Still very sharp.
practicing. Still very sharp. Thanks God. I lost sight. We lost track of him. And
Gilbert,
God's perfect time, and this is God's time. Thank you.
Gilbert,
Yeah, please, Mitos.
yes, I'm going back to what you said. Freedom from hydration. Number
Freedom
3 is
from
freedom from constipation.
and
What is
freedom
number
from
2?
indigestion. Freedom from indigestion. Indigestion.
Indigestion.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Yeah. The reason you want to digest food properly, because they always say you are what you eat. But in fact, it is you are what you digest. Right? And in fact, if you go deeper, you are what your body absorbs, right? Which is still, because there are people who have good digestion and they still get thinner and thinner because they call it malabsorption. Usually you have infection in the second part of the small intestine called the jejunum, right? So we have a few patients here that gets thinner and then you muscle test and took a few days and finally you find out that you have pinworms in the jejunum. You kill it and then starts the 95% of nutrition passes through the second part of the small intestine, right? The small intestine is divided into 3 parts. The first part is called the duodenum, right? And in the duodenum, that's where the actual digestion happens. The actual digestion of food does not happen in the stomach. That kind of digestion is to break it up into smaller pieces. That's where you need hydrochloric acid there. But then as soon as it goes into the first part of the small intestine, then the pancreas inject a fluid called sodium bicarb to make it alkaline, from very acidic to make it alkaline. And then the digestive enzymes starts to do its work. It breaks down protein into amino acids, fats into fatty acids, and then your carbo are converted into sugar. And then in the second part of the small intestines, all these nutrients are being absorbed. So when we say that you don't have proper nutrition, we are not referring to the lack of calories that the body is taking. In fact, most of the time, our calories are more than what we need. What we are actually saying is that the nutrition, the amino acids, the fatty acids, and the sugar, and all the micronutrients are they absorbed or gets through to the entire body or not? Otherwise, if it's not properly digested, then sayang, right? That is the whole uh, point, right? Now, you seem to wonder if after the stomach, which is very acidic, why does God have to convert it back to alkaline? Could he not go directly to being alkaline? Why do you have to go through acid and then convert it to alkaline? I think I believe that the reason why the stomach has to be acidic because it's the first line of defense. It's very hard to get food or anything that is totally free of fungus, virus, bacteria. It's almost impossible, right? So there are only three ways to kill parasites. First, by heat, second, by radiation, and third, by using acids. That's why when your body is very healthy, your stomach pH should be around 2.2, very, very acidic. So when you take in food, even if it is having bacteria, a little bit of protozoa or virus, the hydrochloric acid in the stomach will kill it, right? And then after it has done its work to digest it and shred it into smaller pieces, then it is ready to be broken down into the nutrients as amino acids, as all this, etc. And that is distributed through the second part, which is called the jejunum, right? And then the third part is the ileum, and then goes into the colon, right? So it's good to learn a little bit of this, that in the digestion pa lang, we start to do it well na. So in conventional medicine, they like to talk about um, hyperacidity. But when questions about hyperacidity are brought up in conventions of alternative doctors, they all laugh. There is no such thing as hyperacidity, right? Because to begin with, God designed your stomach to be very acidic. That's why it will be crazy to keep on drinking alkaline water. I know because I was one of those first to buy it, right? A very expensive Japanese brand, and later to find out that it's not really good, right? Now, why do people get what they call hyperacidity? When you take something that's acidic to the body, the stomach tries to control it by injecting alkaline on it, or it reduces the production of the hydrochloric acid. So when you take in food and it's not digested properly in the stomach, the undigested food ferments, and in 2 hours' time, it produces gas. And when it produces gas, it bloats inside. And then if it's a part that's near the heart, you will feel heartburn, or people complain about difficulty breathing because it expands and pushes on to certain parts of the lungs. If you take in sweet fruits, alkaline foods before a meal, then it induces the production of your digestive acids, the hydrochloric acid, the pepsonate, and produce it. So it digests it. Alkaline fruits makes the stomach acidic. Acidic fruits make the stomach alkaline. So do not ever start a meal with green mangoes or the citrus family. Start a meal with ripe papaya, ripe watermelon, ripe even apples, the red ones, or bananas. Something that's sweet so that the stomach will become acidic. Acidic fruits makes the stomach alkaline, while alkaline fruits makes the stomach acidic. That's why when you go for a Chinese laureate dinner, one of the first things they like to serve is century eggs. It has a very strong smell of ammonia, right? Ammonia eggs, the century eggs, has a very high pH of about 9 to 10. And when you take it, it induces the production of hydrochloric acid. That's why they serve it at the first part of the meal. Therefore, it improves the digestion of the person. Right? So don't take acidic fruits. That's why I recommended don't take lakatan bananas. If you want to take it, maybe at the end of the food and take a little bit. If you take it in the beginning of a meal, you'll get a bloated stomach, right? Okay.
Thank you, Gilbert.
All right. Do we have, well, Joy? Thanks, Joy Gatdula. That was a nice two thumbs up. Is there anybody else who would like to make a final question? Early? Yes? You have something to ask? Early Lopez? You
Please,
will need,
go ahead. Go ahead.
you will,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead, Early.
yeah. So what type of water would you recommend? Are you familiar with the Kangen water?
Yeah. Pan po,
Is
the Kangen water is the alkaline water, right? And there's a selector there that whether you want it 7.5, 8.5, or 9.5, right? Now, the Kangen water, and if you take in alkaline water, you are going to dilute the hydrochloric acid in your stomach. So how can you have a good digestion, right? The stomach was really designed. Now there's a difference with putting alkaline water and taking alkaline food, right? The alkaline water really dilutes the acid inside. So instead of getting a stomach pH of 2.2, you bring it up. And therefore you can never have good digestion, right? So we don't recommend um, drinking the Kangen water, right? For some people, it works on them in the beginning because they were actually very dehydrated. And therefore, because they bought that machine and it's expensive, they try to make the most out of it. So they improve the hydration. But as far as acidity and alkalinity, you may be doing your body a big disfavor, right? That's how we look at it. The best water to drink really is from the faucet, especially in Manila, your water is properly chlorinated. Now, if you don't want to drink the chlorine, the water, you put the water in a container, usually an open, this is bottles with very big opening there. In 30 to 45 minutes, the chlorine evaporates, right? So what they do for those people who are very concerned about not taking chlorine, chlorine, they have already prepared fewer it lightly, and every time they drink, they just get from the water that has been naturally dechlorinated, just by simple evaporation.
Gilbert, do
Yes,
do we need filters for our tap water?
um, there are two kinds of filters, right? Make sure that the filter does not filter out the minerals. You could be filtering all the kalawang and all these small things, but if you filter, well, your filter is too fine, it might be taking out some of the minerals which we are trying to avoid, right? The reason why we want to, you see, you just imagine the rain, right? The rain is created from water. Here, the sun evaporates it. It becomes vapor, and then it forms into clouds. And then when that cloud condenses, it starts coming down. The moment it starts hitting ground, it will start capturing uh, minerals there. Because water has a natural affinity for minerals. Once it starts touching the ground, it will always get a cation, which is positively charged, and a negative ion. And by the time it reaches down there in the uh, water level there in the reservoir under the ground, you will have a perfectly balanced 7.0 water. And then you put in your pipe, then you draw water. That's how nature, God provided us with water. If you get water, especially distilled water, and drink it, then just imagine the effect. The distilled water, once it gets into your body, even before it gets down, just when where it touches, it starts grabbing your minerals. That's why Dr. Deliaco repeats this again and again and again, that hindi lang na wala kang maibigay na mineral sa katawan mo, kung hindi, kumukuha pa siya. So not only that it's not give, it keeps on getting from you, it reverses, right? If you drink mineral water, which is a natural water, then the minerals are left in the body. But if you take in distilled water, the distilled water actually captures the minerals from your body until it gets uh, saturated, right? And they say because water has a natural affinity for minerals. So if you keep doing that, then you are robbing your body of minerals. And after some time, it will manifest in the form of diabetes, because diabetes, we believe, is a lack of five minerals, right? Copper, zinc, manganese, chromium, and vanadium. You try to restore the five, immediately your production of insulin will start improving and your sugar will start coming down, right?
Okay. Because right now I'm using two filters. One is the filter from underneath the sink that that you buy, and then it filters the water that comes out from the tap. And then I put it in a, Japanese with stones and minerals, and that's where I keep the water again. So it's twice. So it's not good. So I should stop it.
I don't know, because I don't know. It might be good, right? It might be good. I really don't know. But what I'm just saying is that the filter to remove dirt is one thing, right? But if it removes also the minerals, then it defeats the purpose, right? It
Yeah.
defeats the purpose.
Thank you.
I have
Dr. Benj,
telephone of here in the
it's
in the
about
chat, no?
water.
Yeah, the secretary of Dr. Diliaco, her name is Madel, no? Magdalena Balubal. So maybe Dr. Diliaco might not answer the phone. It's usually very busy. So I placed there secretary of Dr. Diliaco, Madel Balubal. And then I also placed in the landline of Dr. Diliaco. So maybe you contact Madel, text her that. uh,
One clarification,
Go ahead.
Dr. Gilbert, clarification regarding the Kangen water because we have been, it's really very pricey, you know, because we were
Yeah.
so convinced with teachers. We have been drinking it for like 5 years already. And there are different kinds of water there. There's something like,
Yeah.
there's one that is called clean water,
Yeah.
which we take for drinking vitamins and medicines because they said it's good, you know, it's the right kind of water to drink when you take in these vitamins and medicines. And then the Kangen water has different kinds of
Yeah, the Kangen machine. Actually, I have one at home. I do
yeah,
not use it anymore. They have a selector there, and you
yeah,
can choose what kind of
water, yeah.
pH you want to drink, right? You have the 7, 7.5, depending, right? And that's the explanation. We don't recommend it because the pH will dilute the the digestive acids in your stomach, right? So if you do that, then you cannot have proper digestion. Right? You cannot have proper digestion. This is one of the few things that conventional doctors and alternative doctors agree on, that both of them do not recommend the use of Kangen water, right?
Oh my
They
gosh.
agree on few things, but one of
So
them, yeah.
so it's safer to drink from tap water with all the chlorine
Yeah,
there and the
like if you
rust.
don't like the, but if you don't like the chlorine, then the solution is to put it in a container first, in a bottle, a big mouth container, bottle, and then a jar, and then allow the chlorine to evaporate, right? The
Two
other
hours.
step is to put a kacha cloth, right, in the faucet, so
Uh,
it's so fine enough to take out whatever rust or anything there, and then the rest is, and the dirt and the impurities can be filtered, right, without so katsa might be a good solution instead of a very fine filter, right? I really don't know the filters, right, because we don't know what kind of filter and how fine are their the straining capabilities.
so, Dr. Gilbert, even if you drink the supplements and the multivitamins, the minerals, and all that, to you know, help restore whatever you lost from drinking like Kangen water, it doesn't matter. It won't
um
get help.
yeah, this is that's the reason why we take salt also, because to put in whatever is lacking. um Remember, there are two things here, right? The vitamins, usually you get it from organic things, and the minerals, usually get most of it from water and from salt. Now, there are certain vitamins that you can have an overdose without being afraid of it. But if you get too much of some vitamins, you're going to have a problem, right? And that they call that vitamin overload, right? If you get too little minerals, you call it mineral deficiency. But there's also such a thing as mineral overload. So if the vitamin is too much, They have a special term for it. They call it vitamin toxicity. It becomes toxic to the body, right? That's why more is not necessarily better, right? So slowly takes time to learn all of this. I don't even consider myself an expert on this, but the little that I know and all the information and learning that we have uh, gathered all these years, this is what I slowly share with people, right? And it's a big responsibility because I have to be very careful what I say, right? And even people say, what about if I use this? I said, I would not comment because we have no experience, right? So I have to talk with Dr. Liaco, talk with so many people, what are their experiences before, because once we start endorsing something, it's a big responsibility, right? Now, what I'm not afraid to talk like water, salt, because we are quite confident in this area already, right? We are quite confident in this area because it has been proven, and we can say it with some degree of confidence, right? Water and salt. I have been to the hospital many times and helped people who were going an ongoing stroke, right? And the water, the banana, the salt and chili, and the raw eggs were able to help them, right? But in other things, like what you were asking about, somebody was asking about the eyes, the retinopathy. We have to check, right? Is diabetic retinopathy or detached retina, or maybe it could be uh, retinitis pigmentosa or something. Could be something that's complicating it. Now we have to be careful. We cannot diagnose through long distance, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, any more things that we can help clarify?
Gilbert, I wrote down on the chat page the cell and landline of Dr. Diliaco. I don't know if this is updated.
That's correct. Yeah. The
Okay.
5051053 is his personal number, but I
Okay.
also placed there the number of Padel, right? And
I
then I
think
also
I can
placed
find it
there
then.
the landline, yeah, 028924242787, right? 9242487. It used to be without the 8, right? And then
Yes.
2 years ago they added 8. So that's correct.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so if
So I
there are
think can you all open your videos and let's give Gilbert a big hand.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sir Gilbert. More blessings. You continue to be a great blessing to all. Thank you so much.
So
Thank
my
you so
number is
much. Thank
there
you
to
so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you,
my
Thank
number to
you.
Gilbert.
ask questions, but you can text me and then call. We can uh, talk it in
Hindi eh. Hindi siya yun
Yeah.
eh.
some
May I
cases.
clarify for the
Yeah.
banana?
Go ahead.
Should that be raw or can it be cooked?
The raw eggs, the eggs.
The
Taba.
banana.
No.
Taba.
Don't cook it. In alternative medicine, we try to eat
Raw.
as little
Raw.
cooking
Raw
as
food.
possible, right?
Okay.
In fact, part of my diet and part of so many people's diet now, we take raw eggs every day, right?
Raw eggs. Nay.
Yeah.
Ew.
But you have
Um,
to be very careful with
oh,
you have to wash it very well and then try to put it in water and see if it floats. If it floats, that means it's not really very fresh, right? So usually good eggs float. And once you open it, before you open it, try to check if there are cracks, right? You can put it, it takes a little practice, but you look under the light, and then if there are cracks there, don't eat it raw. Cook it and give the cholesterol to some younger people, right?
Um, what is may I ask, what is the proportion of the sili? Is that powdered sili, like chili powder, or fresh sili with the
We
egg? How many eggs? How much of the sili? Fresh
okay.
or powdered?
Actually, the solution for reversing a stroke, what I usually do is actually just sit, right? So we chop 12 seed labuyo, we chop it very finely, and then mix it with 2 raw eggs. But there's a preparation because to do that, the body has to be properly hydrated, enough potassium, and then enough salt. And there's a little bit of warning in the chili, right? The chili is what we use to cure diabetes, right?
Yeah.
Chili because it works too fast, right? So once you give chili to a diabetic patient, the insulin starts working right away. And a lot of my patients here immediately just faint. They, I had a stroke patient here a few months ago, right? There were he had a stroke, so they brought him here. So I gave the chili and raw eggs to him, and immediately the patient could move. He was very happy. But then 5 minutes later, he said that he felt dizzy, and then he just fell, right? So we had to muscle test right away, potassium, magnesium, what was lacking there. And finally, I found out the sugar went down, right? It was my mistake not to clarify on the sugar. So somebody ran for sugar, mixing it with water, and then he drank it, and then in 2 minutes he recovered, right? And just warning this because the chili can bring down pressure right away for a hypertensive patient. It can also bring down sugar. But sometimes it brings down sugar to a level that will bring him into a state of hypoglycemia, right? Which is very dangerous. So that's why I did not openly prescribe it to just anybody because we need to be there at the sites, right, to make sure because it's a big responsibility. It's also because the patient may have been deficient in any omnium, and the fifth is vanadium. I have patients here. There were 2 brothers, and one guy said, "Gilbert, my brother just took ampalaya regularly, and his diabetes is okay now. His sugar is okay. Ako, I took the ampalaya, and it did not change." The reason why the other brother's sugar went down because the deficiency was in chrome, copper, which ampalaya is rich in. The deficiency of the other brothers in vanadium and zinc, which the ampalaya does not have. So that's why you cannot say that what is good for one, even another brother, cannot work for the other one, right? Because we have to see what is the deficiency and then we address that deficiency. Now, Dr. Deliaco has helped so many diabetic patients and even saved them from amputation, right? I met the patient during the convention who testified that she was about to be amputated the next day, and then they were able to help. And the reason she was saved That's because the deficiency was addressed, right? And Dr. Diliaco is very strong on the idea that Sili will reverse diabetes because it contains 5 elements that is necessary or that's essential in the production of healthy insulin. Normally, when a patient has diabetes, you'll be surprised to find out that it's actually producing more insulin than an average person. It's trying to work very hard. And the reason is it's trying to compensate because it has a low potency, meaning instead of for every 100, if you can put a figure on it, every 100 insulin hormones that is producing, perhaps only 76 or 70 or 80 are effective. So in order to compensate for that, the beta cells of the pancreatic cells, the beta cells in the islets there, has to produce more to compensate for the potency of the insulin. The purpose of the Sili is to bring these minerals so that you can produce, if possible, to bring it back to 100% potency. Now, in my own little research, we found out that parasitic infections, especially protozoa, also affects the production of healthy insulin because they uh, do some monkey business in the beta cells, right? And also in the insulin receptor side, which is absorbing the insulin, they also have a lot of fungal infection. You address these two, the amoebic infection or the protozoic infection and the fungal infection, and then you restore the mineral deficiency, you have a very good chance of curing the diabetic patients. And we have done it in several cases. Right?
Okay, so Lourdes?
Doctor, JM, just one last question.
Sige, sige.
Doctor, how much salt intake do we need in a day's time? The salt together with the water.
About don't exceed 2.5 teaspoons a day.
Oh, in the morning or distributed the whole day?
No, throughout the day. Don't take the 2.5 at one time.
Yeah.
It can kill a person, right? It's very dangerous, right? That's why the doctors keep on warning this, especially the cardiovascular nephrologists. They always warn about oversalt, and they are right. You have to be careful, right? So do not more than 2.5 teaspoons a day, and never take more than 1/2 teaspoon at a time. Never,
Okay.
right? You may if you already get used to this, but as of now, don't try to take more than 1/2 teaspoon at a time. It can be very dangerous, right?
Yes.
And do not exceed total of 2.5 teaspoons a day.
Okay.
Right?
Thank
So
you
if
so
take 1/2
much.
the next one you take maybe about 3 hours later. Yeah.
Gilbert,
Yes.
regard to Therese.
Yes.
Regards to Therese.
Okay. Thank you. I'll tell her. Yeah.
Therese is the beautiful wife of Gilbert.
And I'm sure she's waiting for Gilbert to have lunch.
Don't worry about them. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So,
All of the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
about medicine. I have
Gilbert, there's
Thank
one
you.
raised hand, Nenen. I don't know who Nenen is.
Oh, si
Hi,
Tiger yung gumawa ng
Mute
cake
muna
eh.
yung iba.
hi,
Si Aunt Betty. Ah,
Gilbert.
talaga? Oo, pero
Isn't it that
chinek ko kasi hindi natin pinafollow ni
it's
Aunt
two and a
Betty.
half teaspoon per day? But
Saka ni Erwan.
how could we consider the food that we eat?
For something.
Merong salt yon.
That's a good question. Based on
Siya lahat
experience, when the food is cold, like for example, you take something and then you put salt in your spaghetti, for example, that's part of the 2.5.
Okay.
But if you cook the salt in, let's say, pechay, and it's in a very hot kettle, based on our experience, when you muscle test a person and this salt in that pechay hardly makes a difference in your body. Once it's cooked at a high temperature, I don't know what happens. I really don't understand the metabolism there, but it does not improve, or it increases very little, right? But if you take salt and cook, like if you mix it with your mango or your watermelon, and then you eat it, your salt will immediately start rising in the body, right? If it's sabaw, your soup, you and it's already cold, you put salt there, that will be part of your 2.5 a day. But if that salt, when it's cooking there and very hot and you put it there, that will not count in your 2.5. That's based on our experience, right? So if you want to play safe, start with maybe teaspoon and a half a day, right? And then slowly, if your pressure improves. Normally, when you drink water and salt, in 5 minutes, your pressure comes down. Most of the people, unless they're already properly hydrated, right? But if they are used to chronic dehydration and you give a person salt and water, in 5 minutes, the pressure starts to come down. Why? Because the blood is no longer malapot and it is easy for the heart to pump it. And therefore, the heart does not have to exert so much pressure. You see, if you keep on having a sticky blood, the heart has to overwork. And a chronic working heart will usually enlarge a heart, and usually it will happen in the left side, the left chambers, right? So get an enlarged heart, more or less, the heart has been overworking for the last few years, right? And this is what we're trying to avoid. But the other reason why we want to hydrate a person is not only for the heart, for the kidneys, for the arthritis, right? If you do not have water in your colon, then how can you have proper peristaltic effect to push the waste and the food to let it go out? People always think that if you put water in the body, it will be easier to move your bowels because the feces are now hydrated. That's partly true, but the real reason why it's easier to move because in the lining of the colon, they get hydrated and it's easier for the peristaltic effect to function. Right?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert GUymatiao. Thank you.
Gilbert,
Yes.
Amori still has a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Amori, please.
Uh, what if you have a kidney problem? Can you still take that 2.5 teaspoon of salt a day?
If the person is having a confirmed kidney problem, maybe it's better to be careful, right? Because we might go into edema, right? And he might bloat the whole body and get into trouble there, right? Is the patient already suffering from edema in the legs?
No. No
Wh-
naman.
What do you mean by kidney problem? What is the diagnosis there?
Um, if meron lang pong anong tawag dun? Yung UTI, nagka-UTI, something like that.
If it's UTI, it's not really a serious ano. Has it not been addressed, the UTI?
Na-cure na po with antibiotics.
So if it's not there, then it's not a problem already, right? And you can drink water, right?
Okay.
In fact, it's not only that you can, it's actually important, right? It's necessary to drink water to have healthy kidneys. And you can
Okay,
go to a check-up for the salt, right? If the salt is uh, not sufficient, you can. The reason why we recommend this because it's very expensive to have a blood test every day, right? So as a rule, we make a rule to help people that you can have this. In fact, some people are taking more than 3 teaspoons a day, but we don't want to say that to everybody because we might have an oversalt here, right? We might have an overdose of salt. So as a rule, we try to be very careful and we say 2.5 teaspoons a day. But again, do not take more than 1/2 teaspoon at a time, right? And do not exceed 2.5 teaspoons a day. It's very important, right? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So, shall we now call it a day and
Okay.
enjoy our lunch? Less salt, but if you don't
Thank you so
have
much.
more
Thank you
salt,
so
Thank you so
much.
Thank you,
much.
thank you, thank you, thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you so
you.
Thank
much.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
God bless, doctor.
Thank you so much.
Thank
If
you, thank you.
JM can organize something like this for the medicine part, I'll be very happy to help
Yes,
wherever I can. Right?
yes, we will.
Thank you, thank you.
Yay.
Wonderful.
Thank you,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Maybe after another month, no? Let's have
Okay.
a reunion. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, thank you.
bye.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thank you,
Everyone.
Sir
Thank
Gilbert.
you.
Bye, Gilbert.
Bye po.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Don't call me
Thank you to
doctor.
everyone.
The doctors are not happy already. No?
And the big pharma. And the big pharma.
But in our heart, you're a doctor.
No, we call ourselves doctors, right? Dr. Diliaco.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank
Okay,
you.
sige.
Hello.
Bye.
I have one last question, Dr. Gilbert.
Yes, yes.
Uh, for seniors, is there a different daily value requirement for the minerals and the vitamins aside from the
What we
normal adult?
do is that even for me, I hardly take vitamins already. My source of vitamin is raw eggs. No?
Okay. I take raw eggs too.
Yeah.
No, not raw eggs, but soft boiled because I'm afraid to take the raw eggs. But I listen to you, so I have an idea. Sometimes I take the 3 eggs, and now I am in the process of coming up with the matrix. If I take all the natural foods, how much vitamins and minerals do they comprise based on the average weight? For example, the saba, I take 2 sabas daily only, not
Well,
not
naman
the
siya. Maybe increase it to four or five. Yeah. You don't have to go to six. You can at least 4 to 5.
because if I review the potassium of eggs and the bananas,
Eggs is very that has no potassium. You get the potassium from bananas, from fruits. So
is enough to complete the
eggs has
potassium
everything, right?
daily requirement.
Vitamin B and everything, right? Now, the reason
Yes,
why
yes,
you take raw
yes.
eggs, because you want to bring down the cholesterol, right? So if you take eggs, even if it's only 4 or 5
Yes.
a week, your cholesterol will shoot if you cook it. But if you eat eggs raw, you will actually bring down your LDL.
Okay.
Hard to believe, no? But if you take raw eggs, your cholesterol will it down. Your cholesterol goes down. If you take cooked eggs, your cholesterol tends to go up.
Okay.
It has
Yes.
nothing to do with the oil cooking. It has something to do with the niacin, the nicotinic acid in the eggs. If you cook it, you kill the niacin. And it's the niacin that brings down the bad cholesterol, the LDL, and brings up to HDL. The avocado can only bring up the HDL, but it cannot bring down LDL, right? The raw eggs can bring down the LDL and at the same time bring up the HDL. So do not take Lipitor anymore. Do not take all these statin drugs, right? Because it will damage your liver.
Actually, I have stopped taking my medicines for hypertension. When I shifted to the natural medicine, my first protocol was to align my medicines with the natural protocols, and then eventually I tried to observe that I can do away with the hypertension medicine. So I'm really beginning to understand the value of having food as the medicine,
Let med-
together with the other natural practices, of
let
course.
medicine be your food and let your food be your medicine, right?
Doctor, the good eggs are the ones that float, and
No,
the
no, no,
poor
no.
ones.
The good eggs float and the good eggs sink. The bad
Oh,
eggs usually float, right? Now,
okay.
once you open the eggs, you get the handle of your spoon or your fork. The yolk there, if you touch it like this, and it bounces back right away. The faster it bounces back, the fresher it is, right? If it's an old
Oh,
egg and you do like this, usually it will make a dent there and it will not go back to become a perfect round. But if it's already it's still
not
very
fresh.
if it's very fresh when you do like this, it will bounce back to become a full circle.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, doctor.
All right, guys, let's leave. Let's allow Gilbert to enjoy lunch with his wife and family. Okay. So, salamat. Stay
Okay.
tuned. If you have not given me your email address, find a way to send it to me so that I can organize a special session again with Gilbert, all on health. Okay. Salamat lahat.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Amara, be a member of WCCM so that I can always include you. And or what's your name na nga? You're also from Dumaguete, hindi ba? Orient Wind Travel. What is
Amori
it?
po. Amori.
No, yeah, Amori. Yes. No, the other Orient Wind. I seem to remember you from 2017. What is your name again? You're muted. Would you unmute? Orient Wind Travel. Paki-unmute lang po yung mic.
Yes, yes, yeah, I'm Macrina.
Yeah, Macrina. Yes, and your brother is a doctor.
Yes, yes. I joined your group
2017.
San Lorenzo, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. That's right. Okay, sige, I'll include you always. Okay?
Yes,
Macrina. Yeah, I still have your email. Kung hindi pa nag-iiba.
Sent me invite yesterday. Yes.
Okay.
I did my early morning meditation today, but I joined you.
Right.
I came in after my early morning meditation. I go back to sleep, and I think I woke up at about 8:20.
It's okay. You still caught part of the meditation.
Yeah, the very good sharing of Gilbert. It was a very, very generous sharing. He shared everything, and what he shared to you reflects really his daily life, or his daily life reflects all that he's talking about. All that
That's
he talked
true.
about today.
Galing, I wish the virus is already contained so we can visit you in Dumaguete.
Yes,
You're still in Dumaguete now, or are you in Makati?
Yes, I am in Dumaguete. Yes. I look forward to meeting you again. Yeah, all of
Yes.
you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for hosting. Thank you so much for hosting.
Thank you to Gilbert.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
So, Joy and Amore, I hope you had a good time. Very, very well learning session. And iPad Prude, I really don't know who iPad Prude is. You joined a bit late, didn't you? I'm going to sign out now. I'll end the